What is up, chat? How are we doing? How are we doing, chat? What up, Rob? What up, guys? As you can see, we're in the midst of relabeling everything, make everything more aesthetically pleasing for you guys, easier to shop. Let me know if you guys have any questions. If you want to see our list, if you want to know who we're going to run next, if you have any suggestions on who we should run next, let us know. We're just starting out here tonight, and we're glad to have you. Glad to have you with us tonight. How's everybody's day going so far, though? How's everybody doing so far? What do we think of the new labels? Good, guys. Oh, good. Feeling good that we're finally starting to get some, because I starting to have a little bit of like continuity. Mike Master, I had a crazy Vin Scully. It was, I don't know if it matters to you, but it was black ink. A crazy Vin Scully. Crazy enough that it actually sold for 600. But no Scully at the moment, I'm sorry. But some of the best ink that I've ever seen. Yes, Jordan, there is a list. Let me send that over to your messages, Jordan. If anybody else wants to see that list, say the word list. Landon, if you're here, can you shoot Blake a text and let him know that I'm live, and that's why I couldn't answer him. What's up? Yep, I'm sending it to you too. Mike Master, I got you. I'm gonna send you anything that I get. Anything that I get. 1KZ. Yep, 1KZ, Rob, and Mike Master. I'm sending you all the lists right now. 1KZ. All right, 1KZ. That's gonna be in your messages. Next up, I got you. I got you, Rob. Rob, I'm sending it over to you as well. I got you here. All right. Rob, that is sending to you right now. And next. Mike Master, I'm sending you the list. Blake said, "Give me a list." Mike Master, I'm sending you the list right now. Blake, yeah. Blake, you got the most updated list, I'm pretty sure. Like, pretty sure. Um, we're almost done updating all of our labels. He said, "Yeah, I have everything." Jordan, thank you. Is there anyone on the list that's sticking out to you? Anyone that you're thinking like, I need them? Give me some names, guys. Yeah, KP, I got you. Jordan, Joe DiMaggio. I like the way you think. KP, I'm sending you the list right now, KP. If anybody else wants to see that list, let me know. We're sending that list to KP. What do we want to run? Give me give me a couple names. Y'all are looking at the list. Any Cardinals? What do we want to do? We want to do Tom Seaver, Pete Rose Hall of Fame. Ha 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 ha. He said, "Run, run, 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 run." Tom, you want to go on Seaver? Let me get some Seavers in the chat if we want to go on Seaver. Mariano, Mickey Mantle, Jordan. All right. Seaver. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All righty, chat. Said I only have $30. Try 235. Lando does not need a Seaver. Lando does not need a Seaver. Who started at 235? Tom Seaver, Hall of Fame. The Grinch. It's a mean one. It's a mean one. I can't show you guys nothing. I show you a Hall of Fame inscription, and you're like, run it. How about Blake's favorite here, Joe Mauer? What do we say, Willie Mays? Willie Mays? I'll give you Jim Tomei Hall of Fame. Willie Mays? Willie. How about Andrew Jones ball? Where's Framos? I know he wants to run that. Frank Thomas? Tell me, guys, what are we feeling tonight? Saturday night, get hot. Blake, your boys are hot, huh? Chipper? I'm I'm good to run Chipper if you guys want to run Chipper. Ramos will probably be pissed that he missed out on a Chipper. What do you guys think about Landon's idea there, Chipper? Chipper? Chipper. Damn, Merrill's down. Nothing. Jackson Merrill's down. This is wild. He does not look good. Oh boy, you don't want to see that. He said I was playing with my peach. What about Andrew Jones, guys? Do we want to run Andrew Jones? Landon, we got to get you a Carl Yastrzemski. We got to get you a Carl Yaz. Blake, why not? If you had a Triple Crown winner on your team, wouldn't you want his ball? Most of his autos are not gay. It's just that specific color of pen. Bright blue. Did you guys get your tracking numbers this morning? Both of you? You did? Landon, you didn't get yours? Blake, did you get Landon's? I sent it on the same photo. I I sent them together. Landon, take a look. I sent them earlier on. He said Landon is just a youngster. Lonnie, what's up? How's everything, brother? How's everything, Lonnie? How's that new piece treating you? Did it get to you yet, Reg? Uh, how do I look it up? Do you did you find the text? Did you find the text? So just type in that tracking number. If you just type it in into like Google, it'll pop right up. Yes, sir. You got the new Andrew Jones in. I don't. This could be a potential Blake ball. Blake, let me know. You already got Jones, but this made me think of you. You already have his autograph. This just made me think of you. Who is he? Well, he had 10 gold gloves, I'll tell you that much. You have him already. Um, but I was just thinking of you. Atlanta guy. Atlanta guy from like the Andrew. Mike Master, no Ohapi. No Ohapi at the moment. Blake, you do have him. You do have Andrew Jones. Take a look at the collection. You got him. I'm telling you. Unless I, collected money from another Blake for it, which I don't recall doing. So I would assume that it's you. Kershaw Trout. Trout, I'm sold out. Thank you, boy Blake. Kirsch, I do have Kirsch in at the moment. I have a couple Kirsch pieces in at the moment. Um, Let me see what I have for you on Clayton. On Clayton, I have. Here's one right there on Clayton. That's one on Clayton. And that is another on Clayton. I know it does, right? It really does. And I have one more lurking somewhere else. Oh, here it is. Kirsch? Landon Kirsch is centered. It's just cocked to the left in the case. Any other LA Angels? I have Mike Sosha. I have Nolan Ryan. I have sold out on Vlad Senior. No Otani. Yeah, both of them. This one's cocked this way a little bit. And then that one's cocked the other way. But Mickey Moniak, no. No on both, unfortunately. Who do you guys got in this game here? Who we taking? Who we taking? Mickey Moniak. No Mickey Moniak. I would. It's a good name to have in too. It's a good one to have in too. Neither. I got this. I got you. Speaking of stocks, did you get Tim Wakefield in today?
We'll see if this one does. 4-pitch walk. Carroll coming up, suit up this season at MLBShop.com. The largest selection of authentic jerseys, caps, hoodies, t-shirts, and more is at MLBShop.com. The official
You should have gotten him in today. He said, no, let me check. I have to choose D-backs. We'll see. Hopefully that came in today.
But he's thrown 4 straight balls up there. He could climb. That was the right call. Get away from the fastball that you just missed 4 times in a row with, and go to something else. There's that. Look at that. 98 to 81 speed variance. Splitter. That's crazy. It's a true fork ball. I mean, it's like he's got it split way, way, way on the outside of the ball. Ruben Abel out of the dugout. The crowd was not chanting Rube.
What's up, Phoenix? Welcome back. Landon, it says in transit. I thought it would have gotten to you by now.
Get out there right away. When you see a pitch, you walk 4 straight and then throw ball 1. Get out there.
Phoenix, how's everything?
Good deal.
Your package was dropped off.
Us to our game summary. That down was really good. They left their bases loaded and all of them scored.
And we've been trying to, get him out next day for you guys because, well, we always try to get stuff out next day. But we've been particularly good with that. What's up, Chicken Bone? We've been particularly good with that because USPS has been particularly bad of late. Getting stuff to people on time. I had like 5 packages that were going to you guys that were supposed to get there yesterday that all got there today. Not much, Chicken Bone, not much. We're just doing a bunch of relabeling and reorganizing of the collection here.
You're locating it consistently, you get that call. But when you're just spraying it, that doesn't look like a strike to me.
How about yourself, Chicken Bone? How's everything?
Off that borderline pitch.
That one was ripped. Ripped foul.
Rio's slider, he was ready to jump on. He was ready to jump on anything that was coming his way that way. See, looking fastball.
Is Ryan with us yet? What up, Scotty? If you want to see our list, Scotty, let me know. Thanks for joining us, though. Check this out.
And now a walk to Carroll. His second All-Star game.
Oh, he joined earlier?
Hoping to go back again, and he has absolutely.
He said just spending money on whatnot. Chicken Bone, what can I get you in this stream? Anything tonight?
Pitching as the D-backs have all year. First pitch sails outside.
Yeah, he'll be back in a little bit.
2 strikeouts, 2 walks. Into this one, into second. Ballz. Chance the final out. Pitch 7th inning.
Final wow.
Both teams late.
He said, "I'm drinking for sure. Let's buy some balls." I'm with you, bro. Who are you guys looking to buy? Who are you guys looking to buy?
It's just a giant sports festival. What would you want? Every sports fan to dream of doing. Okay, this is exciting.
Let's go. Let's go. Garcia. Your Garcia? You would know if I had Garcia in. Wife's making. What's wrong with my accent?
Kia, movement that inspires.
She said, "Is he Texan?" Definitely not. Definitely not.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASA 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. People investing for free.
Wait, are you and the wife both native Texan, or did you guys move there? Naked Texan, nice. Landon, originally from what do you call it? From Boston? From Maine. That makes sense.
There you go. MLB scores. You just asked. We give it to you. First pitch is strike. Jalen Beeks and his mystery changeup out of the Arizona bullpen. The league is 3 for 55 against his changeup.
Talk about a different political climate going from Maine to Texas. Very, very different political climate.
Slings it for out number 1.
Not to we get on here and chat politics, but just something that came to my mind is that is just a crazy, crazy swing in political climate.
Gavin Sheets, who homered in the second, but his biggest contribution of the evening so far is the leadoff double in the decisive 7th inning. That's a base hit the opposite way. All needs the triple, That's when you leave the park feeling like you've really done something.
Which city's more liberal, Dallas or Houston?
All bases, really covered all your bases there. And he's done enough that they're going to pitch run for him. But he's done.
Native Texan. He said equally gay. Are you are you guys from the city, Blake, or Did you move to Arlington?
For Sheets. Gives them defensive upgrade as well. Sheets came up as a first baseman.
San Antonio or Austin? Interesting. What's up, my? How are those balls treating you, brother?
Pitchers on the bench look over and they realize there's no bench players left, and they go, start stretching in front of the skipper and all that. Skip might take cross country in high school.
Yeah, you were born in Fort Worth. I don't know where Mansfield is, but I know Fort Worth. Gotcha. Jordan, I got you. Oh, I I didn't realize it took me a couple times writing it out, Blake, to understand what DWG, Dalworthington Gardens, is Dallas, Arlington, and Fort Worth, like mixed together in one name. I didn't. It went over my head like 100 times before before I caught it. And I was like, oh. I got you on Willie here. Yeah, it took me like 10 times, Blake. I was like, what the? It's like, what's DWG? Like, that's one Willie here. This is another Willie here. Willie Willie. And I got some even cleaner Willie over here. One secundo. Ego. One secundo. You got you. Really. Really, really. Yeah, it did, Jordan. Which it depends if you prefer that or not. But yeah, this one's nice, right? I don't. It depends, Jordan. Depends. You get some people talking maze, and we'll. Depends on. All right. Throw it up. We'll pin it up and see if anybody starts talking maze. But the very best, brother. The very best. The very best. JSA LOA, of course. All right.
One life meets others, and those encounters lead to a new world. Someone out there is waiting for you.
And we're going to get that one pinned now. Guys, give me some Willies if you want to see Willie. If you want to see this Willie go, say some Willie. Say some Willie and we'll run it as an auction.
This is a landfill? WM is transforming what you think of as landfills into engineering marvels while helping to protect the natural environment. Learn more about our modern landfills at wm.com/stories. Plastic is commonly used across the retail industry to ship products. Now, WM is collaborating with a leading retailer to give these hard-to-recycle plastics a second life. See how at WM.com/stories. No matter who you are, where you're going, or why, Wyndham Rewards members earn.
Nobody wants to do Willie?
With thousands of destinations, Wyndham Rewards everyone. Join Wyndham Rewards, the most generous hotel rewards program for everyone. Applebee's All You Can Eat is back, featuring the chicken tenders you've always loved. Look, a double crunch shrimp and riblets, all served unlimited for just 15.
Yeah, that's also part of the problem. We had a couple other people in here when you asked, so hoping for those other people to answer, but they did not, so they're not interested in Willie. We'll leave it up. See if anybody else is interested in Willie, but with two people, especially when I I know that one of them is not bidding and they just want to see it run. I can't do it. It's just for you at that point, Jordan.
Couldn't even see the ground. It's like he was flying. Where was the ground, Jason? It was gone for him. For that moment. Jason Adam checks in.
Yeah, I'm sure. But if you're interested, the main design of this show is buy now. So if you are interested in that piece, we can do it buy it now. But
Bullpen that we were talking about earlier as well. Both these bullpens have guys like that. And he's been to the biggest games. This guy's a great veteran.
yeah, I mean, if you like it, you should get it. Jordan, we're always working bulk deals. That's the only kind of deal that we really work on here. Um, every once in a while, we get one person that gets one ball, but this is one order right here that you're looking at. So
It's a real weapon.
good thing you're interested in bulk deals because that's what we specialize in.
Talking about hiding baseball as well. It's sort of a jerky motion.
This is your first day on whatnot?
Fighting under Jason Adam.
Nice. Really, it's your first time. Very nice. So, Jordan, we have some of the most extensive names, some of some of a crazy extensive list. So let me know who you're interested in. If there's anyone specific that you want to see,
Monday, Tuesday,
let me know.
Wednesday as well. Oh, made even better by recent playoff coverage. That's a base high. Vertono is high. With a leadoff six. Wait, I've never seen.
You got it, Jordan.
Yes.
Jordan, who's your team?
Yeah, so happy Father's Day early to all you dads out there. My kids got together and gave me my Father's Day present early so I could have it on the broadcast, but they all colored a different section of them all the way up. My son's right here around my neck, and then just about normal in real life too. And then my girls, I have 4 daughters as well, colored it for me. So happy Father's Day to you dads out there. And you just wish you had time. That was cool. It is a great job of coloring it, by the way. Yeah, you can tell.
You collect a lot of vintage, mainly Yankees.
And I just know all the pictures they've drawn from you.
I'm sure you have Bobby Chance.
And son, I'll be.
But Bobby Chance, if you don't have him for whatever reason, I could do him for really cheap. I also still might have Cleet Boyer. I have to check. Landon's a Sox fan, if you couldn't tell. If you could not tell, Landon is a Sox fan.
And my son Caleb just won first place in hitting at Robertstown baseball camp. My favorite camp growing up, where learned a lot of different skill sets, but he just won first place driven for hitting in this age division. Actually, the age division above him, I couldn't be more proud of him. We got another way right from the people with baseball.
Got A-Rods,
I love that.
Jeters, Mantles, DiMaggios, tons of Yanks. Let me know who you're looking for.
He said, Josh, you smile. Yeah, did you see the replay? His response. Perdomo at first, 2-1 to Naylor. He swings and bolts it to very shallow left field. Bogarts
Depends who you get.
and makes the catch for out number one. He saw that the whole way and looked like he was on ice skates. Kind of low man's laying out there, got a long ways for this ball. It almost looked like
Say the word list, guys, if you want to see our list.
right there, didn't it? It did. Big batter. Suarez had the home run earlier. First pitch, he wanted to tattoo it. It's a high fastball, strike one.
Landon, did you see the trout before I boxed it up for Blake?
Fly ball. Very short center. Cronenworth this time makes the catch. Just gigantic 2 outs for Naylor and Suarez for Jason Adams. Yeah, I think Jason might have got away with one right there. Suarez was right on that pitch, just missed it. You can tell he wants that back.
Yeah, you saw it? Good. It's a cool piece, right?
Ooh, man, that's not too much different than the home run location. You're right. You're exactly right. You see the value of number one seeing the pitcher earlier in the game. Number two, that hitter's count. There's 3-1 that slider that left the ballpark. And he had to honor the fastball that he swung through the pitch before him. Which means what mechanically for a hitter? Well, you just can't sell out.
I don't know. Where did Ryan go?
These hitters are always going to be ready to hit a fastball. And when it's 95, like Jason Adams throws, you got to honor that. The off speed, you can get away with a little bit more. Slow sweeper on 2.
Where did Ryan go?
Watch location right there. Corner of the ball, almost touching the corner. I mean, it's like an inch different.
Passed out.
That's big time dangerous.
Anyone interested in auctioning Hank Aaron or anything of that matter? Facts.
Slow 1-2.
Let us know. Let us know. He said, I need a Ranger player. What do you need a Ranger player for? Nolan Ryan. Of course we got Nolan Ryan.
Jason sinks the Diamondbacks in the 8th. He called him sitting when we come back.
Blake, very first person I would come to is you if I had any new Rangers. No, but I did figure out that it is possible. I didn't figure out how exactly we're gonna do it yet, but I did figure out that it is possible. So we are gonna do it as long as Blake is still down, which I'm sure he is.
I remember those 5 or 10 minutes. It's 15 semesters ago, but this very day. Well, they're lessons and pages of incoherent ramblings. I hope to finish by 2 a.m., but I was just. Smack. You can just create key points.
In the pool now if y'all want to. You're funny. funny.
There's a reason it's called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving, doing what they do best.
At least it doesn't flag the word peach.
Pitching in.
At least it doesn't flag the word peach.
For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard.
Did it earlier.
If you can buy something miles away with a tag, your car insurance should let you file a claim with a tag. With limited car insurance, you can save from day one if you're safe driving.
You're playing with your peach?
If you drive less, you can
Nice.
save even more with our low mileage discount. It's about time insurance does that. Get a quote at
Nice.
limited.com/car. Power is his inheritance. He will not relinquish it.
Oh, no way. It flagged it? Usually it doesn't flag it on us. It's learning our way. It just flagged on my end too, yeah.
Rebounded from a tough stretch. They won 3 in a row. They are so hot cold. Bryce Harper's injury is a piece of that when they took that downturn. It's
Blake, they had liberals take over there. That's why.
4 days ago, that's throwing well against the Padres. They're starting the year on the IL.
Blake, they let Kamala Harris take over TikTok. I mean, take over whatnot. So we're fried.
I know there's a lot. Well, the Mets just pitched so well, and the Phillies lineup is so dynamic. I think it's just a really cool challenge, and it's a cool rematch from last year's NLCS. That
Big man.
is just as good as it gets. Phenomenal environments, both ballparks. City Field.
Do you guys have a good governor down there?
The best environments in baseball, no doubt. No doubt about it. That series was rocking. That vision series, man. They were able to be there on the call. That was fantastic.
Dude, we got a terrible governor up here. She's like best friends with Kamala.
Get that grand slam. That's been a great.
We literally have the worst governor up here. Lucky that he's made any good moves. I don't think our governor has ever made a good move in her entire political career, and I don't think that her predecessor ever made a single good move in his career either.
Got the ground ball, just didn't go as he wanted to, but big swing clear.
Bro, we have Kathy Hochul in there right now, and prior to that, it was Andrew Cuomo.
Really all year.
The guy's shot.
Yeah, this is a lineup that has names in it that suggest it's not.
People don't understand. No kidding.
This is summer. I think Manny may look.
People don't understand until they're personally affected by things.
What do you like? He just looks so in control of the strike zone, and he's not missing.
No, he didn't, Blake. He didn't learn shit. You would think that he learned his lesson, and you would think that it was too late, but he didn't learn shit. Right now, he's the favorite to win mayor for New York City. He's coming back to politics. You believe that shit? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's coming back to politics. He's right now he's right now a front runner. Unbelievable. I'm not making this shit up, bro. People over here are livid.
Phenomenal. Yeah, it's great. It's phenomenal. And different types of baseball. I think that's the best part of it. Is you get Dodgers versus Giants, good on good offense versus a pitching staff that is loaded with unique talents. Like
Sox win.
being a ground ball machine in this day and age is so fun to watch.
Let's go.
He added a four-seamer to his repertoire lately, and he's becoming.
So now that's 2 in a row against the Yankees, right? They go for the sweep tomorrow.
Still go deep in the game. Bassett can still strike people out. He can strike people out with the best of them, but not afraid to go 7, 8 innings. Not afraid to throw a complete game in there every now and then.
Excellent.
The Diamondbacks would love just an opportunity.
Excellent, excellent. Because you know why?
Machado takes his big swing here and
That's why.
maybe it changes the way Show manages his bullpen. Will play to first and trouble.
That's why.
With 12 back there, this Diamondbacks defense has waffled here in the night.
Guys, Blake, how long did it take you to label up your 80 balls?
He bobbles it and then doesn't get back either. You can see he tried to get himself in a good throw position so he could throw that.
Who's Governor Abbott? Is that your governor?
And, just that ball hopped up a little bit. It just kind of came up from the heel as well. He was already setting the feet to throw before he caught it.
Is Governor Abbott your guys' governor?
Because, you have a first baseman off the bag, and then Kiko running over to cover late. The bases are loaded for San Diego. And it is going to be Lockridge who came in for Jackson Merrill, who was injured on an attempted double steal.
Gotcha.
Diaz, Tatis, Machado. First pitch, foul away, first base side. Arizona's got to find a way to get it out here. Got to find a way to get
What did I ask you before? What?
Score for him, but Ginkel can get it out without that run scoring. That's huge.
What did I ask you?
Lockridge can fly. It is 6-3. That was almost best case scenario for Ginkel right there. Just off the tip of his glove. He's coming home with that ball to get the force.
What was I saying about your balls?
Just shorted it just a little bit.
Was I saying something?
What's interesting, though, great play by Perdomo, because if that ball gets by and Tatis keeps rolling, he scores too. What's his bare hand play? That is.
Oh, how long did it take you to label the balls?
Look at this. If Perdomo doesn't make this play, Tatis scores from second. There's nobody behind it.
That's what I was asking.
To center field, Thomas on the charge. He'll slide, get up and throw. It's a set fly. Tatis races home. It is 7-3 San Diego. You said earlier, when the Padres are going well, they are going to save the baton. That's right. These are not all scorched baseballs, but this is the type of offense they're used to in San Diego. Yeah, and the pressure that you put on pitchers when you just refuse to strike out, put the ball in play, good things happen. The best lineups in baseball right now are the ones that are striking out the fewest. The Padres have done that.
3 to 4 hours.
What are you gonna do when the home runs aren't coming?
Okay.
Tyler
So
Wade is
I'm not moving that slow.
place to the ball foul. Seven 3 San Diego. After a 5-1 loss for the Padres last night.
Hopefully by the end of this stream, we will have everything labeled. Oh.
With the infield single, sac fly for Bogarts.
How does he handle it? With tender love and care. That's how.
Padres have not typically had separation like this in the past month or so. Since mid-May, they have won the win by more than 2 runs. Check swing, he couldn't hold up, but a 4-run advantage for San Diego going into the bottom of the ninth. Suarez loosening.
Smudge that ball. No. That was him. Just today. Just today that happened.
The fastest, most reliable fiber internet. Switch to Optimal Fiber today.
Don't take slow for an answer.
Is your outdoor space in a slum?
Blake, when did you find that about that Fergie signing?
Seal up your power tools.
Or did you just get to the ballpark and find out?
The Kia K4 and K5 represent what comes next.
That must have been exciting.
The next movement for innovation. And the next movement for acceleration. The Kia K4 and K5.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Some moments are too big to miss. MLB Tonight brings you closer to the biggest plays and reactions from the moments that matter most. I'm going to get that win today, but keep going. MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
It's time for Pitch Hit and Run, the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Give the kids in your community a chance to flex their superpowers, and they can earn a trip to the national finals at the 2025 World Series presented by Capital One. So go ahead, be the one who powers their dreams, and sign up to host a local Pitch Hit and Run event. It's a free and fun way to promote baseball, softball, and your organization. To learn more, go to pitchhitrun.com.
Oh, you found out going to the stadium? That's exciting.
Register for an event with your local team or play on your own.
That's exciting.
Is that your superhero voice? Could have been anybody. No, a super villain voice. That's that's right. I'm talking to my friends. How are you? Robert Suarez is the pitcher, so it's a 4-run game. He hasn't thrown since Monday.
What do you guys think about Robert Suarez?
Drama here, but this is one of those times where sometimes you bring in a reliever, especially a closer, where it was going to be a closing situation, safe situation, and it's not anymore. Sometimes that can mess with their heads. Sure. Sorry, Padres fans. No, it is. Padres fans are like, yeah, okay, you know, the run late for the first time since the Eisenhower administration. What they want to hear is the closer.
Astros. I got a big Astros fan in here, so I'm sold out on most Astros right now. I do have Derek Lee. I also have Nolan, of course. But I'm sold out on Dusty. I'm sold out on Hater. I'm sold out on Altuve.
It is, and it's
I do
really
have BGO at the moment.
also kind of scary to think about that when they do start swinging like they can. It's a scary bunch over there. And in my opinion, last year the Padres were only a couple of outs from winning a World Series potentially. Yeah, they were. They were really, really close. They had the Dodgers on the ropes. Oh man, they were playing the scariest baseball in the entire league at that moment. You see some of the faces of Machado. It seems power in that bullpen. I mean, this bullpen so far in the series, I'm talking 6 1/3 and nothing. 1-2 on David Smith. Gets a piece and looks at foul. Well, the fastball average is over 98, and there is a good reason that his opponent's OPS at 370 is number one of all relievers across Major League Baseball. Wow.
Who do you guys think is the best up and comer right now? Is it Cal Raleigh? Cal Raleigh has my vote for the best up-and-comer right now.
And he was better. But Munoz and the Mariners. Yeah, Mariners. Sorry, Mariners. We just did Mariners Twins. Mariners Twins. That's right. That's how good scores is. Correct. It's amazing. That is what, they.
Narvi and Jack. I think that Narvi and Jack are both
Suarez
on a heater too.
The Parker Meadows of the Tigers in the ninth inning.
Jack Caglione's
And that was
freaking crazy,
bro.
bro.
Things that happened in all that Tigers run. Ball 1-2 Moreno. Diamondbacks just trying to levy some game pressure onto Suarez here. And he throws ball 2.
Jennifer, what's up?
Big swings to them too. Really close to connecting a couple of different times.
What's up? What's up? We've been chilling with Landon. You got a good boy, Jen.
And it is such a luxury when you have somebody like Suarez in the backside of your bullpen to lock it down.
Of course, of course.
Feeling for a team.
It's a pleasure to have him in here as always.
So many close games as they have. You just count them. 2-2 on Moreno.
I like San Diego, guys. I think that it's just they're like, in comparison, what the San Diego Padres go through on a yearly basis is like what the Red Sox went through in the late 90s and the early 2000s with the Yankees. Like, the Padres are fantastic. They're always contending with the Dodgers. Always contending with the Dodgers.
He's been swinging great all day. Moreno's had some really good swings. I've just got out a couple times, but
it makes for some really entertaining baseball. That series was fantastic. I don't know about anyone else, but I think that series was unreal. Will Smith said to Machado, no. Or not that I could think of off the top of my head, at least.
8 hits, 7 on the four-seamer, 1 on the sinker. Back-to-back Diamondbacks have punched four-seam fastballs at 99 to the outfield. Thomas and Suarez have history. This is July 5th. year in San Diego. A slam for Alec Thomas. He is not the tying run yet, but the tying run in the mirror is closer than it appears.
I like Will Smith.
First one.
I don't know how everyone else feels about him,
You can see Thomas's first move.
but I like him.
Replay we just saw his first move. He stepped in the bucket.
I think he's got a cool swagger about him.
If he gets a fastball middle in, he's going to have a good swing on it.
He reminds me a lot of Austin Wells of the Yankees. Very similar. And also, he kind of reminds me of Casas, too. Like, as a player.
Now, if he leaves that a little bit more out over the plate, like hit or half, he's going to have a really good pass out of it. Inside like that, coming in hot, 99, it's going to be tough. 1-1.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, Corbin Carroll. You guys like the Diamondbacks to come back here? I know Landon does.
The Diamondbacks have made a living on grand slams this year.
Have they really?
First one. First base side. 8 grand slams? 8. What in the world?
Wow.
Major League history has ever hit 9 before the All-Star break. I think I've ever seen 8 grand slams in person combined, like in your life. One year. It's not even a half a year yet. Terrible swings and misses. 100. That was just a challenge fastball. Suarez reached back. He wanted it a little higher, but it didn't matter. Just beat it to the spot. He'll probably try to raise that up a few inches here on this next one.
Honestly, I have no idea. I've been thinking about that. I've had people ask me that. I don't even have half of a clue. I really don't. What do you think about you guys?
1-2 to Carroll. Lifted foul left side. That's a fastball. That's 19 pitches already, by the way.
Who do you think you guys got at the deadline? Blake, who do you guys think you have at the deadline? Where do you think the Rangers will sell at the deadline? Bullpenning. That's definitely what will work for the Sox. It'll definitely work. It's just a matter of making those acquisitions.
I mean, reach back and just like a torpedo.
Maybe. I feel like you guys should focus more on like letting Walker come into his own and like be like make contributions like he is supposed to. You know what I mean?
This year is the best team against right-handed pitching in all of Major League Baseball. He's a big reason. This to shortstop. Bogart's on the charge. Has to run it to first. He certainly the last for a challenge. A run comes home. For now, there are two gone.
Imagine having him in your infield.
Immediately, the challenge signal for it is a very close play. The call for Andy Fletcher.
I hear you.
Indeed. Well, that's really close. It is close. It is really close. It's close. Ooh. It's hard to tell when that ball. Let's see when the ball hits the back of the glove. It's the good thing. I don't know that. So just a tiny bit.
Damn, that's really close. That is really close. What do you guys think? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think he beat him. I think he beat him by an inch. But it is close enough for a swing.
Damn.
But let's talk about the play at short first. Yes. Because Bogarts came out of nowhere.
That would be crazy.
An unbelievable play on a spinning, funky, bouncing, what's this thing? Chopper.
Landon, do you listen to that podcast? I think it's called like Section 15 or some shit.
I can't even believe he made that close. It was an incredible play. On a short hop, too. To get around that, get to a forehand. I think this ball is
That podcast, I love that. Even as a non-Sox fan, I love listening to that podcast, watching them.
safe.
The Red Seat Radio or We Talk Sox? No. No, there is something else. Um, shit. Let me look it up.
Like he just nailed the high bars in the Olympics right here. The uneven bars. Bases loaded. Still one out.
It is called
First one is up.
Section 10. Section 10 podcast. I said 15. It's called the Section 10 podcast. I think you would really like it. It's a Red Sox podcast. Oh, you do know it? You do know it? Yeah. They're great. They're great. Blake, do you guys have any good Rangers podcasts? I feel like that would be awesome if there was something like hosted by Nolan Ryan, just like chilling at his ranch, hosting a a show on the podcast. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's gonna score runs. Oh no, he bobbled it in the corner. That's gonna be a three bagger. That's gonna be a three bagger. There's no way he's standing on second base. He's on third base. Tie game. Holy cow. Watch this one unfold, chat. Watch this one unfold. Holy cow. Geraldo Perdomo. And that's Blake's boy. Yeah, and Perdomo gets the third easy. Nice. That's wild. Landon, you were just saying it would be nice. It would be nice if the Diamondbacks came back. That's wild, bro. Good for them.
When you ring this calls, you answer.
Good for them.
Pioneer Dreams, Polo 67. Drive flooring.
I think it's very cool what Fanatics has done. It's just a giant sports festival. What would you want every sports fan to dream of doing?
Landon, have you ever been to Yankee Stadium?
Okay, this is exciting. People think I'm actually ready.
He said, "No, I will never." I love the attitude. I love the attitude. For whatever reason, when Blake came here on vacation, him and his boys insisted on going to see Yankee Stadium. I told him it's a shithole. I tried telling him,
With aggressive style
but
and proven football.
they still went and had to go see for themselves. What a shithole it was. I texted him right after. I was like, "You see why I root for the Mets now?"
Wherever the road ends, your adventure begins with Turo Tires. Discover the full Turo family of tires at Turo.com.
But I love the attitude. If I could avoid it, I would. Wow. 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 Did you just see that? Holy fuck. Geraldo Perdomo just stole home and walked it off. What the fuck just happened?
Like they used one of their 3 wishes from a magic lamp. Come back to win this thing. It looked from our view, it looked like the high throw allowed that arm to get in there.
Oh, he didn't steal home.
So close. The call is safe. He had a little hesitation going home first. This game is over. The Diamondbacks yet again
Wow.
have tested the patience, anxiety,
If this team doesn't make the playoffs, I don't know what's going on.
their fan base to the extreme.
Wow. 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 I'll tell you something. I was not expecting that. I wanted that to happen. I could have told you I want that to happen. Geraldo Perdomo to rip a fucking bases clearing triple to tie the game and then get scored to win it, but wow, I was not expecting that. If I was expecting that, I'd be a much richer man right now. Shit. That was unbelievable, guys. That was unbelievable. Landon, why do you want to see the Dodgers sweep the Giants?
Will Smith was over 3 to walk and run scored last night. Without him the first, already 1-0. Third up and 2 little late, and he was going to be a Tommy Green on blacks.
Sox play Giants next series. So you want the Giants to win now? Statistically, that helps you statistically. If if you win, if they if San Francisco loses now, then stats say that they will win more in their next. If they get swept this series, then stats say that they will win the next series, at least 2 out of 3. You understand what I'm saying? What's up, Ant? How's everything, Ant?
It's just a giant sports festival. What would you want every sports fan to be? Okay, this is exciting.
Ant, did you watch the end of that Yankee game last night? I got a Sox fan in here. He was loving it. He was loving it. You got home from work late? I got you. Good. Not a bad game to miss yesterday. Actually, it was a fantastic game, regardless of you know how the end came for Red Sox or Yankees. It was a fantastic game. Even though we weren't watching here, I was following it. Landon was giving us updates. Judge tied it up. Red Sox walked it off. Um, Definitely a true classic.
Welcome back to Dodger Stadium. Father's Day is tomorrow, but
How's everything though, Ant? When's your next game?
little drawings that were designed by his kids. You might see the 4 C's on the back. That's for all C's of the children, the 4 kids. So they got to have little moments that they just love during the season. Right now, being in Los Angeles, they love spending time together on the beach. That has been huge for them. So that was one of the drawings on his cleats today.
Possibly Friday. I think my next game is next week, maybe like the 28th or something like that. Something like that. I have to check actually. But I know that I'm going to be at City Field for all 3 games. You'd be interested in pricing Ted Williams, a deal for Hank Aaron, Pee Wee Reese, Sandy Koufax, DiMaggio, and Mays. Jordan, I got you. Jordan, do you have a way to take if I tell you my phone number right now, do you have a way to take it down? All right, Jordan. And what about Nimmo stop signing at games? And you mean? Yeah, he kind of has as far as like at games, but he hasn't like stop signing. Jordan, let me know when you're ready. Give me a ready in the chat, and I will shout that out for you. It's 516-639-0099. Once again, that's 516-639-0099. Wait, so what did he say in the video? Oh, Ant, you're saying in the video he basically just says I can't get all you guys pretty much. Got me, Jordan? Good. I'm assuming that's pretty much what he says, just like I can't I can't get all you guys, but it's funny because I actually got his autograph on a glove a million years ago when he was actually his rookie year. so long ago that I didn't even know who he was. I thought he was someone else. I'm not kidding. Like, I had to check the Mets roster. I was like, who is this guy? And at the time, I thought that it was another up and coming Met named TJ Rivera. And it was not TJ Rivera. It was Brandon that I had met. Yeah, so Jordan, if you're still with me, send me a text just saying your name. I did take a screenshot of the names that you just sent me, but we'll work something out. No problem. Sweet. Jordan, where are you located? I'm just curious because every once in a while, um, I come across somebody who is actually located relatively close to me, and we're able to do like in-person deals. That just, it happens to me all the time, so that's why I figured I'd ask. Madison, Alabama. Not exactly close to me, but worth the ask. Um, are you familiar with Seminole, Alabama? At all? No? No. I have a customer in Seminole, so I was just curious if you had ever been over there or knew of it. You're from? I gotcha. Stationed in Alabama? Are you in service? Thank you. Thank you for your service. Much appreciated. Yeah, George. There's actually someone that watches this show that's an airman that's overseas right now. So we definitely show big support to y'all. 20-year mark. Congrats, brother. Congrats, congrats. You deserve it. He said, now I have to get a real job. Well, I mean, I feel like this could be, very, very fun, right? Kind of just seeing, for all your new job could end up being this, Jordan. You could get into memorabilia, you know. I don't mean to sound corny, but tons of possibilities. Tons of possibilities, my friend. Andy Pajes has been unworldly. Andy Pajes has been just like on another planet. Unreal.
months, he did a great job keeping his head on swivel there, being his own face coach and holding up with a large turnout. RBI number 42 for Pontes. Now here's Michael.
Oh, wow. Jordan, maybe that's something that you got to do. Jordan, if I were you, I would also check out, just to check it out and see what it looks like. If I were you, I would check out the national show just to see what national looks like, get a little taste, and maybe do it in the future. You know?
It has been a show for the offense, and it's nice to see Michael Conforto.
Yeah, that's awesome, bro. And it's so much fun, man. You get some of the like randomest stuff. Like I have autographs here, obviously from baseball players, from Mickey Mantle and Joe DiMaggio. But I got guys here like Deion Sanders. I get random balls in all the time. Presidents. Right now I have Tanya Harding in. So it's so much fun, the stuff that you get in. When you do your show as a vendor, do you what do you vend? Are you doing cards, like memorabilia like this? What is it that you're gonna be doing?
Exchange and embrace. Shoots it the other way, but it's going to hang off the left for Ramos. No chance for Pontes to run home on that.
Scott Olson. We do have Cal Ripken. We do have Cal Ripken. You looking for a full name? Or you looking for my cheapest? You looking for my nicest? Tell me what you're looking for. Cal. These are two Cals that I have. I do have other Cal.
Infielder remains in. And they're going to watch out if Matoni gets a hold of it.
How much? Which one are we looking at? Or do you want to know on both?
Just is blown away. I don't know that I can recall an infield play in.
Oh wow, Jordan.
One out, they're pitching in, knowing that the Dodgers are probably going to go on contact. You've added two already in the second, looking for more. He patient lays off a ball downstairs. The guy who hits the ball as hard as Otani, you don't want the last bounce to infield and to be on dirt. You want it to be always.
This one I can do 125. I do have another one that I just got in that I could do 100 on. That's cheaper. If you want to see that. And that bottom one is also 125. But if you want to see the 100 one, I also got one in that is going to only be 100. You want to take a look? Let's yank it for you. Cal. Is it gonna be? It's not gonna be this one. It's not gonna be that one. Where are you, Cal? Okay, so he's back here.
A firm with Mookie, and he doesn't miss it either. This one a little low where Shohei hit his as far as the position of the pitch. But then Mookie, maybe he got it, but I think he had a little top spin on it. That's why it didn't get out of here. Good to see him there. They get 5-0 Dodgers. Second and third for Freddie Freeman.
Okay, I got him.
That inspires absolutely the Dodgers.
He's gonna be in here. Um, where are you, Cal?
You're going to spend a lot of time when you cut the grass to protect the system in this move.
Is he over here?
Steal your return. The straight pattern. It's a little off. Freddie has gathered a lot of information, so I think this is a tough pitch for Root to make. On 3-2, Freeman takes down the main ball four. The bases have been reloaded. I think the only thing that's keeping Root in the game is the Will Smith grounded into another play at first at bat. Pitch count situation.
No, that's not it.
Smith for strike one. 5 walks already for Landon Root. His 4 outs recorded. 5 walks, a career high. Dodgers with 4 here in the second inning. They lead the game 5-0. One of their best bats at the plate when the bases loaded. Flies it to right field. Carnacion in the glove.
Jeremy, what's up? How are the travels going, my friend?
Dropped it on the transfer there, saying so. Smith gets out. It's still a sacrifice fly and a run out for Smith. And a 6-run Dodger lead. The punting before exchange.
So the new labels are looking good. Got some, excuse me, some new names in.
Pitching change for San Francisco. And Teoscar Hernandez.
You know how it is.
On the other side this time out.
Like the new Acuñas. Gotta have those looking good. Richard, Yogi Berra. There's one right there, but we got tons of Yogi. Let me walk you over to the Yogi section over here. So on Berra, I have 1, got 2, got 3, and 4 is kind of faded. But we do have 4 of them right there, and then a 5th. And Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron, we also have tons of. Aaron, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 on Aaron. Grand, what's up, Grand? I love that inscription. Ron Swoboda. Richard. We are Richard. We are Richard. We had some people hop out, people hop in right now. Waiting for our magic number, and we're gonna roll. But yes, we are. Yes, indeed. Greg Maddox. I do have Maddox. Will he be auctioned tonight? I don't know. If we get some people asking Maddox, we'll go on Maddox. You guys let us know. But we do have Maddox, yep. Do have Maddox. Richard, I got tons of Mickey. I got tons of Mickey. I got 1, 2, 3, and my best looking Mickey. I'll pull for you right now. My best looking Mickey looks better than those 3 by a long shot. The best looking mantle that I have is going to be this one right here. That's cocked a little bit in the case, so can't see perfect. But that is my favorite piece at the moment. Favorite Mick at the moment by a long shot. Favorite piece at the moment all around. Keep getting asks about that Randy Johnson too. Definitely keep getting asks about that. So let us know if you want to hop on that. Let's see here what we got.
Ace's new Yard RX program prescribes the best lawn care, specific to your yard's needs, delivered every season. Because when you want
6-0 Dodgers.
now you can get a personal prescription delivered to you from the healthy tools of your
Gotta love Randy. How could you not love him?
from our store to your front door. It's seriously
How can you not love Randy?
turn on baseball's biggest game changer, MLB Green Inn. Experience live baseball in a whole new way with up to 4 games on a single screen. MLB Green every game on MLB.tv.
Stretching ball there. Then the Bruce tonight. He did the best David Bassett Milwaukee impression.
Really?
Sacrifice fly.
College World Series goes hard sometimes, man.
This is the Dodger offense. Fans here were hoping to see one that we've got used to.
It does go hard sometimes, man.
Or so.
I'll give credit where credit is due. Indeed it does. Indeed it does.
A leadoff double standing up. First goes from a 4-pitch inning to a leadoff double. Well rested. Probably out there still feeling some kinks from sitting on the bench for so long, but you love to do it as a pitcher when your team scores you 5. 4-pitch second. I had to look back at Blake Red twice to make sure he did the right number. It was quick work. Now has some work to do in the third. Strike one. Here's how it's feeling.
All right. What do we want to do here? We want to run some Acuna, guys? Should we do some Acuna?
Wow. Clayton is not worried about the guy in second at all. He's thinking about getting 3 outs, and he has to sacrifice a run to get 3 outs. He's glad to do that.
Acuna, Pete Rose, or Lenny Dykstra? Give me a name. Acuna, Pete Rose, or Lenny Dykstra? What about everybody else? Acuna, Rose, or Dykstra?
Chico Yamamoto has made 14 starts, 22 total runs. Don't you know you've got to start taking the offensive players to dinner on the road?
Rose wouldn't be in your wheelhouse, Jordan? Sounds about right.
Fastball 88 to 91, but you go down to 72 miles an hour. That's what it is. 16 away for the Bell. 1 out in the third. Well, actually, they go to the catcher. It's a strike at his knees.
Let's see here.
His was 0 for 14.
Let's see. On
He played AB last night.
Willie Mays. David Wright? No. David Wright? No. Jordan, you want to take him? We could try running him again. Let's go on Willie. JSA LOA. JSA LOA. Willie. Willie. Yeah, era 1994 to 1999, chat. Maze. Jordan said, well, why not? Well, why not? Yeah, you are, Jordan. Jordan is winning, guys. Willie Mays. 235. Jordan's about to get that nice pickup. No sniper, no sniper, no swiping. Jordan. Nice pickup there, Jordan. Willie Mays, JSA, LOA. Jordan. Sick pickup. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Sick pickup, bro. I'm glad you're able to get a maze. I'm glad you're able to get a maze. Guys, let me know who you're looking for. We just hooked up our boy with a maze. If you guys are looking for a specific name, let us know. We'll hook you up too. Just say the word. Any new Dodgers? I feel like as soon as anything Freddie comes in, it just flies right out. Um, I did have a Freddie come in earlier on this week. And we also had Mookie come in, and Mookie flew right the hell out. Flew out. Like I thought that Freddie flew out fast. Mookie flew out faster. Mookie just was like not even a chance. What do we want to run next? Our boy picked up that Willie Mays. Nice deal there. JSALOA. What are we doing next? Should we do a 2025 Hall of Famer? Should we do Billy Wagner next? Who's looking for that Billy Wagner Hall of Fame ball? Who's looking for that Billy Wagner Hall of Fame ball? Getting inducted this summer. Hall of Fame 25. JSA. Don't be shy. Only the top 2% makes it to Cooperstown. I'll repeat that. The top 2% makes it to Cooperstown. No David Wright in at the moment. No David Wright in at the moment. We're going to drop this one a little bit to start. And we're live on your Billy Wagner Immaculate. That one's grading at 10. That auto. That one's grading at 10. Sniper, no sniping. Sniper, no sniping. Billy doesn't get enough love, you know that? Billy does not get enough love. If I get any other requests on Wagner, we'll run Wagner. But he said, damn, if only I had money. I know, right? Let's see if the chat was sleeping a little bit. We'll run it one more time here. It's Billy Wagner. Hall of Fame. You know, I'm actually going to be there for that induction. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Smoking hot deals, what up? No love for Billy. No love for Billy Wagner. I'm sure we'll show Willie McCovey some love. Who do we want to run next? Jim Tomei? Jim Tomei, Hall of Fame. That one should go a little bit better. Right? Jim Tomei, Hall of Fame. Anyone like Aaron? I could run Aaron. Guys, do we want to see some Hank Aaron? Let me see some Aaron if we want to run Hank Aaron. It is slightly a Blake, but there are some things that he wouldn't love about it. George, you like the Tomei? That one's gonna be Beckett. Yeah, Beckett. Um, yeah, we could run this one for you guys. All right, Jim Tomei, Ken Griffey. I got. You noticed a Grody near Wagner. How much? Let me tell you. You want the cube with Jerry? Would you want the cube with Jerry? Kalel? Jerry with the cube, I could do 50. Jerry with the cube, I could do 50. Kalel. Without the cube, I could do 45 on Jerry. And that is inscribed the World Series champs on Jerry. Jordan, I'm with Ken Griffey if anybody else wants to run Ken Griffey. All right, nothing on Jim Tomei. Kalel, did you want to run Jerry? Let's run Jerry for Kalel. Let's run Jerry for Kalel. Let's run them up. All righty, chat. We got Jerry pinned up. Jerry with the cube. Kalel with the cube, it's 50. With the cube, it's 50. If you wanted it without the cube, I could cut it down to 45. Kalel. With the cube 5-0. No problem, man. No problem. You got it.
That's how we saw Mookie Betts. He ripped it on the double. The base of the wall in left field. Mookie's looking to backspin on now. This one had a little time.
Done. You are Jerry. You are Jerry. I knew it. I had a feeling.
It's like I better get on my horse.
I had a feeling. You know what? Let's knock down Tomei and let's see if you guys will wake up on Tomei. I meant Groot. We knocked them down a little bit here. Let's see if you guys wake up on Jim Tomei. Thank you, Dunn. Pee Wee, he's right here. He's right here. Yeah, Lando, we'll be here. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Jordan. He would look really good next to that. He would look really good next to. You gotta help, so no problem. Look really good next to Willie. Jordan, no Jackie. No Jackie. I have Duke. I have Campy. No Jackie. Oh, he'd look good next to your Jackie. Oh, of course he'd look good next to your Jackie. Jordan, you get into old Brooklyn stuff? Jordan, most people in this chat won't know who this is, but I had a beautiful, beautiful Eddie Stanky that I sold about a month ago. But yeah, he's a lot of people's favorite. He stole a lot of hearts. He did steal a lot of hearts. But mainly Jack is your favorite player. I feel that. Hell yeah, bro. Jordan. And you know who I feel like doesn't get enough regard for changing the game for the better. In the same way that Jackie did. And I also had his ball, and that one sold. Um, Larry Doby. Larry Doby is the man who broke the color barrier in the American League. He played for yep. He played for the then Cleveland Indians. Um Doby was a big deal. He did break the that race barrier in the AL. Just a couple months after Jackie had done it in the National League, of course. But yeah. Interesting stuff. We love our baseball history. Second favorite is uh I feel like a lot of people feel the same about the Bash Brothers. A lot of people feel very similar with the Bash Brothers. At least I feel that way.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you access the asset for comfort and advantage while rethinking the world. People are nothing for convenience. Our investment at this risk, like it's succeeding.
Yeah, anyone else love Reese and want to run it?
Clayton Kershaw picked up his first strikeout in the third inning. Now 16 away from 3,000. 2,984. Look at where he stacks up from active pitchers chasing 3K.
Matty Ice, what's up? I don't know if anybody wants to run Joe D. Let's see.
And Melvin said, I don't know if when you're going to see this again. Clayton Kershaw has been a stud for so long. It's longevity, it's excellence. And given the way that the game has evolved from a starting pitching standpoint, 3,000 may become a thing of the past. Clayton started when staffs were 10 guys. 5 starters, pitch every 5th day. Sometimes you skip the 5th starter. And so you're getting less opportunity as a starting pitcher as far as the innings. You have more guys in the bullpen that can back you up. So you're really only called on a really, really good outing to 7 innings.
Facts, brother. Maybe it'll work better coming from your mouth.
We'll count for a down to starting 4. Shaw's payoff pitch. Swung, miss, strike 3. Right on cue. The subject is at hand, and Clayton is at the top of it. And here comes the slider. Awesome. And to piggyback on that graphic, Chris still has a shot, but he's getting up there in age. He's battled injury.
Jordan, welcome to the app, brother. Welcome to the app. Sometimes it's just like background noise for people, you know. Jordan.
Padres aren't sure if or when that'll happen. Ground ball third. Once he makes the play, you have to be older to be in the conversation, right? To be 2,500, 2,400 strikeouts and go, okay, can we plot this out so that they can get the 3,000?
Jordan, you said you liked this one before. Could I do a little bit better on price for you?
Every starting pitcher is scheduled for surgery at some point in their career.
Because if you do like it, I could hook you up if you. Landon, welcome back. The Jim Tomei Hall of Fame. Jim Tomei Hall of Fame. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I didn't know if you were passing because of price or just because pass. But
By the way, Darvish is at 2,007 strikeouts.
Angels, I have right now Mike Scioscia. I have Nolan Ryan. Um, Angels. Pretty dry on Angels. Cardinals, I have Musial. I have Pujols. I have La Russa. I have Brock. What other cards do I have? Cardinals, Cardinals, Cardinals. I have McGuire. Um, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis. Trying to think if I'm missing anybody, but that's a big handful of them. I have Keith Hernandez.
That's why Major League Baseball chose streaming networks to advance their game. Check out all the baseball action with its triple play. Kevin Millard, Ryan Dempster, and Sierra Santos. Three hosts joined by baseball's biggest stars for the
How about we do this one? Mookie Wilson, thank you, Buckner.
only on MLB Network. The journey. It starts here. On the fields where dreams begin. Every swing counts. Every step matters. Every moment inspires. The fundamentals today, the possibilities of tomorrow. Pitch, hit, and run. The journey starts
Live on Mookie Wilson, thank you, Buckner. Nice inscription there, guys.
Sportsnet LA, brought to you by Carl's Jr. Your sourdough star is back in the burger lineup.
Real nice inscription. One of the World Series best moments of all time. Mookie Wilson hits a ground ball through the legs of Bill Buckner.
One of the first 7 runs of the year.
Let me know who you guys want to run. Talk to me.
Last night, you see just 2 hits, both belong to Teoscar Hernandez.
See what I'm talking about, Jordan?
Since 2020.
Who is the cert on Pee Wee? It is CAS, Jordan. CAS.
First 3 frames. Are you not the starter out of the Giants bullpen?
Who I didn't even realize was like an authenticator anymore. I knew that they were like kind of bigger back in the day, like about 15, 20 years ago. Um, but this is like a QR code. It seems like they're still doing authentications. CAS? Yeah, they're one of the trusted ones. I thought that they got bought out by PSA. They might have gotten bought out by PSA. I'm pretty sure that's what I remember. Them being bought out by PSA, but I could be wrong. But CAS is like one of those that's up there, Jordan. It's like I trust it 10 times more than, for example, USA. Pee Wee. Um, I could make that work. I could make that work. Any Brewers autos? I have Devin Williams here. I have Devin Williams here. Devin Williams, 2020 NL Rookie of the Year. But we're gonna do Pee Wee Reese for our boy. Um, Pee Wee Reese. CAS. And we will run this one for y'all now. All right. He said, will someone else bid? Hopefully not. I mean, Jordan, to be honest, I don't know if anybody else in this chat knows who Pee Wee Reese is right now. I don't know. but it is fair. It is fair. But Pee Wee Reese, you're about to steal him. 160. Bang. Pee Wee, you thought I meant Dustin Pedroia. It's funny you say that because he gets that name Pee Wee from Pee Wee Reese. That's where his nickname Pee Wee comes from. Not just because he's, a smaller guy. Nice pickup there, Jordan. But that's not just because he's small. It comes from Pee Wee Reese because he's, you know, a small second baseman similar to Pee Wee Reese. Do I have Dustin? I do. Remember, Landon, that ball that just came in? The MVPs? That's Dustin right there. That '08 ML AL MVP right there. That's DP15, brother. Yeah, Jordan, no problem, bro. And I know that we'll be talking on other ones too. So, no doubt. And Jordan, let me give you your CAS info. Here, even though I have your text, and I could send that to you. It looks like it's gonna be S052661. S052661. And I'm going to text that to you also, but I'll give you one more time. S052661. You got it. I'll send that over text, of course, too, but you got it, man. You got it. Miggy D, what's up, Miggy? We do have Miggy if you're interested. We do have Miggy if you're interested. Jordan, as far as Hank Aaron goes, are you looking for anything specific? Are you looking for like the cleanest auto? Are you looking for the cheapest, the best? Yeah, but I mean, is there any preference with him, or is he just someone that you want to add? Obviously, if you're a guy in business, you want to have something that eye appeal is important. Sure, of course, eye appeal is important. Do you like only sell JSA? Like for example, I only bring certain authentications to shows. Oh, what the hell was that? Let's go through some Hanks. Obviously, the eye appeal here
Still on second, and one down the fifth. Who would like to be the official focus?
I hear you. I hear you. Same here, bro. JSA is the very best. So this is one Aaron. This is another. This one is made out to Greg. Best wishes. Jordan, you're outer safe? What up, brother? Salute, salute. Outer safe is the very best in the game, brother. We use them for everything as well. So you know that you're on there too much. Okay, you know that we have good stuff because we're outer safe as well. We bother them also. I've actually met a couple of them in person. Met Nick in person. This one's marker. Yeah. Yeah, JSA, a lot of people at JSA just they if they don't know of the group, they know the individuals. But a lot of the people that work for JSA are like in the group. And this one actually does have good eye appeal. It's just angled down. I'll pull that one for you. Send you some pictures. But yeah, there's a big connection. Jordan, all the time when I'm in outer safe, I see the like people that have helped me at JSA. Um, second or third one down, the one that was best wishes, or this one? This second one down, or the ones that these? No inscription. This one? Yeah. It's a nice one. It's a nice one. And if it makes any difference, that one is on a Will White baseball. That one is on a Will White baseball. And the fourth, one, two, three, not the inscription. So this one four. Landon, seeing a couple, man. This one four? Yep. Yeah, I like the formation on the H there. I like the formation on the H. The cool part about one more down, this one with the marker, or was it this one? The one with the marker? Above the marker? This one. Yep. This is the one I thought you were talking about before. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. And both of those are JSA'd. Um, this one is a Will White ball. This one is on a Leonard Coleman ball. Just so you know. And they're both JSA'd. This one is stickered on the letter, not on the ball. This one is stickered on ball. This one is stickered on the ball. But surprisingly, Jordan, my favorite actually is going to be this one here, the one that's inscribed to Angela. The reason why is because it's on a Joe Cronin ball, which is a very rare ball. Those sell just raw, not signed or anything, just for like $100. The Joe Cronin balls. So I do like that one a lot, Jord, but that's just me. That's just me though.
One is just to save your thing. Feel like taking a sip of cold water. You're working out still. You get the alarm for the whole game. Two or three or four hits, then you feel like, okay, thirst has been quenched and I am out.
What were some other guys on your list, Jordan? Remind me who else was on your list. I forget.
His last hit that drove in the run was the kind of hit that I thought we were going to see.
Maybe Randy Johnson?
That he was going to be a guy who makes a lot of contact.
He said, by the time I type, it's so delayed. I'm sorry, bro.
Spaces. Maybe hit 240, 230. They'll be a great defender, be an impact player on the bases, bring energy.
I'm sorry.
Watching what he's brought to the big leagues and the way he is aggressive, attacking, showing bat speed, hitting a home run, hitting gaps. So it's pretty exciting to have him on the club.
Williams, Koufax, DiMaggio, Griffey. Well, you already got Mays, right? He said, scratch the Mays. Um, Griff. I have a Griff that I could actually do for you pretty good that has not been JSA'd yet. It's only been outer safety. So I've only spent $6 on it, not 25 on the authentication. So you know how that goes. A couple bucks cheaper if you're interested in that. Griffith. Um, but I have options on all of those guys. I have options on all of those guys. With DiMaggio, what are you looking to get? You're looking for something that you could sell. You want to see DiMaggio or someone else?
With the acute treatment of migraine with or without Oregon adults, Nurtec ODT can provide relief in 2 hours, which can last up to 2 days. Don't take it allergic to Nurtec ODT. Allergic reactions can
We'll show you DiMaggio. Let's see. The Griff that is only outer safe. I got you. Um, right here. Let me make sure that's the right one. Yes, this is the one that's only been outer safed. Yeah, right? Pretty clean toning, even toning. Sorry. Even toning. No, like, blotches, stains. Definitely nice on the Griff. Nice, nice. Shocked that this guy is on your list, Frank Thomas. Do you have Frank Thomas already? Two? I'm pretty sure I'm sold out of his Big Hurt inscriptions. I had a handful of his balls inscribed Big Hurt. but those were flying. So I'm pretty sure we're sold out on those. But the Griffey here is nice. Let's pull it for you.
Strand the previous two, doing it in the sixth. Relievers a foul. That's a good pass.
Jordan 2.5, 2.5 on Griff. That's what they charge. It used to be 20 prior to this year. It used. I'm sure that you're familiar with how they changed prices this year. But yes, same as Nolan Ryan, 25. Yep. Which honestly isn't bad, considering that like Jeter's 50. Not bad for the kid. Not bad at all. Yes, Mantle is 75. Mantle is 75. DiMaggio is 75. Williams is 75. Maris is 75. Koufax is 50. Who else is 75? Trying to think, like, but Mantle, DiMaggio, Williams are the first three guys that come up in my head that are 75. Surprised at the demand for Koufax. It has to do with how much he signed. Or how little he signed. He really hasn't signed much, so that's why. What would I run that Griffey at? Let me see what I could do for you on that Griffey. Um,
Over the course of his career, I know calculating the 3,000 strikeouts, and that's a big thing, but I think he's given
um,
on his own. Not even
I could
combination with relievers.
I could do it for you
Maybe starting even at 10.
with the cube or without the cube.
So, somebody started
With the cube or without the cube. I could run it for you for 155. Okay. All right. Let's run it. Where did I just put it? I just pulled it for you, didn't I? What the hell? 1 second, brother.
That is a silly number. Understand that. That's maybe like 435 starts tonight. Well, you know,
Where did I just put it?
giving away jumbo jacks.
This is how you know you're getting tired.
The angle we took to look at his.
Put the Frank Thomas back. And I brought Griff over here for you.
This thing, if we get Jarvis to take that angle, it's my idea. But if there's credit, I'm going to do something.
Look at this, bro. I already lost your ball.
really not serious about that.
What the hell?
You realize you're wearing a microphone. That's what you say can be heard by all.
I promise I'm not gatekeeping it. What the fuck just happened?
Well, kids are still standing on first base. Let's strike the Wallz.
I swear to God, I'm losing it.
I know you have big stuff, and you've had a great curveball in your life. You don't care where it lands. Just make it land, especially near the knees with that break.
It is impressive.
Another fly ball. Shallow right.
Like that I could just make it disappear like that?
Another leadoff hit straight at 522.
Dude, what in the hell? I'm gonna have to show you where it is when I find it right now. Just so you could make fun of me.
You're known for having a still presence on the field, Scorpio, since you're primarily focused on winning at all costs. But engaging in some playful competition, hyping up your team's tradition,
We have another one.
could infuse the game with a renewed sense of passion. Both teams
Riffy,
benefit from the fun,
where are you?
this is how fans who keep a scoreboard.
When Vegas calls, you answer.
I'm baffled, bro.
Almost 67.
I am absolutely baffled. I am so sorry.
Giant Sports Festival. What would you want every sports fan to dream of doing? Okay, this is exciting.
It would benefit you. Yeah, you're right. Let me look for another one. I'm sorry. I'm like just being weird because I. Where in the heck did that go?
Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only
There's no way.
truck will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability.
Yeah, you're right. It'll show up. It'll show up. True that. True that. Let's find you another Griff.
World Champion Dodgers Baseball on Sports LA, brought to you by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, celebrating 20 years of good times. For the last half inning, Clayton Kershaw went to the dugout. Good to see. Robert's going to come on. They're going to feel off the situation. Ended the lineup. No, he's good.
Where are you, Kenny?
Conversation. And now the bottom of the sixth. Falling upstairs on Shohei Ohtani. Reached 3 times tonight. Lead off home run. A couple of walks. One of them being intentional.
I'm sorry. I'm reorganizing. I knew where that first one was right away.
Statcast, 3 games powered by Google Cloud. Looking at lead off home runs for Shohei Ohtani.
Dude, that is unreal. How is it? Like, where? Just where, bro?
2-2. Time out. I need to watch my foul ball.
I pulled this.
Ohtani taking time and introduce a new pitcher on the mound for San Francisco. This is back. All 3 down and in the full count. Spencer Bivens eventually did calm things down. It allowed one of the inherited runners to score with a sac fly from Will Smith. And the RBI base hit for Hassan Kidd.
Jordan, I'm sorry, man. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble finding Griffey. I'm sure that there's all three sitting right in front of me.
This way. And the amount of effort put into it feels like it's going to be a routine fly ball. But with his strength, his warning track, he doesn't hit warning track fly balls. This guy, he is so strong.
Dude, like I didn't put it in my pocket. I'm baffled. Absolutely baffled. How much is the Cal Ripken? 125. 125. Bro, here it is. God damn it. I'm sorry. Finally. I still didn't find the second two. But I got I got the one that we pulled for you. Um but Tennis Pro, if you're still with us, $1.25. I could actually do a little bit cheaper if you're looking for a cheaper ball, but for the nicer ones, $1.25. So let me get that going for Jordan. Sorry about that, Jordan. Ken Griffey Jr. and make a note that good with no cube. And just so you know, when you do no cube on your orders, guys, it also decreases your shipping. So that's always a good thing. Tennis Pro and everything and anything that you're being shown is certified unless otherwise stated. Anything and everything, Tennis Pro. Would you like to see a list, Tennis Pro? Jordan with another pickup. Nice pickup, another pickup, Jordan. Jordan said it was free entertainment. All right, man. All right, then. Jordan, do you have a display case for all your stuff? Do you have a display case yet? Because I actually know someone who makes these really nice display cases, and we're going to start selling them here. We're going to start selling these beasts here on this channel that lock up. Oh, it's hold on. Let me get the camera zoomed out so you could like see. It's really nice. So it locks, double latch, and then it could go directly. The ball could go directly into the ball holders there, or it also fits cubes comfortably. So you could do it either way with cubes, or just raw dog it with the ball right in there. And that one's nice because it's nice, tight, concise. It's nothing crazy. I do have bigger ones. We do have bigger ones available, but I like this. This is a nice 20 ball piece. Um, and if you do have like hundreds, this is a nice piece to have for your, 20 best balls. A really nice piece to have for your 20 best balls. As far as other pieces that we're going to be doing, we have this piece. This one's quite larger. That one fits about 48 balls. That one is designed to have cubes in it. It does not have like little holders for the balls. So we will have options all around, Jordan, or anyone else that's interested. We will have options all around. Jordan, while we're talking here, I do have options for you on Williams because I know you were talking Ted. This is one Ted. Some of the sickest Ted Williams ink. All nice. Yeah, that's the way, bro. That's the way. Um, yeah, I know that you mentioned Ted's on your list. Yeah. So, these Teds, this Ted right here, really nice ink there. Um, Blue on a Bobby Brown ball. Jordan, are you familiar with the different, presidents on the balls, the different commissioners, with the difference and all of that, and what kind of difference that makes in price? So, like here, you have a Gene Buddig ball. Um, so Hoyt Wilhelm signed this Hall of Fame '85, but being that it's on a Gene Buddig ball, um, yes and no. I know enough to get myself in trouble. I got you. So, with this being a Gene Buddig ball, that means that Hoyt Wilhelm signed this ball in the '90s, in the mid '90s, when Gene Buddig was the American League president. Um, this Nolan Ryan is on a Charles Feeney National League President ball, so this means that Nolan Ryan signed this ball. Likely when he was a member of the Houston Astros when Charles Feeney was the president of the National League. So that's pretty much what that stuff means. But when it comes to your Mantles and your Williams and your DiMaggios, most of those balls, almost all of them, are going to be signed on this same Bobby Brown president ball. Bobby Brown was the president of the American League from the late '80s to the early '90s. Um, and that's when Williams, DiMaggio, and Mantle did the majority of their signings. So the majority of your Williams, yeah, a lot of everything is Bobby Brown. So the rarer pieces, with the American League, your rarer balls will be this one right here, a Lee McPhail baseball. And for a Lee McPhail American League Baseball, that will add about $100 in value to any Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, or Mickey Mantle. It being a Lee McPhail ball versus a Bobby Brown ball. Lee McPhail would have been the American League president um, immediately after most of these guys retired. Lee McPhail would have been the president in the '70s. Um, but what's even rarer for these guys is for these guys, Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, or Mickey Mantle, to be signed on a Joseph Joe Cronin baseball, which I have right here. Hank Aaron signed on a Joe Cronin baseball. Um, but for example, with Williams, DiMaggio, and Mantle, a Joe Cronin ball increases value sometimes by thousands. Some Joe Cronin mantles will go for like $2,000. Yeah, that's the one that I mentioned earlier. So, I mean, a Joe Cronin, Hank Aaron isn't the most special thing in the world. The main reason why this isn't super, super, super special is because Hank Aaron didn't play in the American League when Joe Cronin was president. It is a rare ball to begin with. Like we said before, they go for $100 unsigned. But the reason why it's not, it doesn't go up by 1,000 like Mantle, or it doesn't go up by even, hundreds, is because, it doesn't fit his timeline. You understand? So, all of that being said, on the topic of Ted Williams, one of these Ted Williams that I just showed you, this black one here, actually the best looking Ted Williams that I've ever seen in my life. Um, and I've seen some Ted Williams. This is just so spot on, so accurate, so perfect. So there's just one little mistake, and he just did his autograph so perfect. Um, and this one's on a Lee McPhail baseball, so it's not a Joe Cronin, not super crazy, but it's not a Bobby Brown. So it is, does hold a little bit of premium. It holds that, that curb appeal, that value, especially when you're trying to resell. But yeah, Williams and who else? Who else did we want to see besides Williams? Um, Williams, Griffey, um, DiMaggio, Koufax. You're looking at my sheet and comps. I got you. Jordan, if we're working a cash deal, I could do a little bit better as well. A lot of my list is whatnot pricing, keeping in mind what Mets. Cozy, tons of Mets. Are you looking for current Mets? Are you looking for 86 Mets? Are you looking for 69 Mets? I have Brandon Nimmo. I have Juan Soto. I have Pete Alonso sold out. Um, any cheap Mets? I got Bud Harrelson here. I could do for 25. Yeah, no worries, George. No worries. I was just letting you know, George. Just so if you see any numbers and you're like, PSA, PSA on that one, Cozy. PSA on that one.
You could be using your City Advantage Bottom Select card to blaze a new trail. And while you're feeling adventurous, the crew could realize
We're gonna need a bigger bag.
the most fun your travel benefits got the
What else at that price?
and make some memories on
I don't know if I have anything that cheap.
adventure awaits for the City Advantage Bottom
Um,
City Advantage.
Not that price. I got tons of Mets. I got Doc Goodens. I got Keith Hernandez. I got Mookie inscribed Thank You Buckner. I have the 86 team. Maybe 100, nothing more. Okay. So the Doc Gooden would work. That would be under. Mookie Wilson's would all be under. Keith Hernandez would be over. Um, this Bud Harrelson underneath. That one is JSA. And that one would be under 100. Cleon Jones. That one Also JSA, also well under 100. Um, Ed Kranepool, who the Mets are wearing his patch this year. I could do him for 45 JSA. More Metsies. I got Carter. That's a little bit more expensive. I have Ed Charles. I have Jerry Kuzman. I have Gary Sheffield that I could do under 100. Don Clendenin, I'd have to check. I'd have to check where that one's at. Jose Reyes, I could do for cheap. Jose Reyes, I could do for 45 with the cube. Wayne Garrett, I got. Ron Swoboda, the catch. That one's under 100. Seavers aren't under 100. I got a Bobby Valentine that'll go for under 100. Well under 100. Nolan's. I have some Nolans that'll go right around 100. Lenny Dykstra. Lenny Dykstra I could do for pretty cheap. Mets that I could do for cheap. Kevin Mitchell would be under 100. Howard Johnson I could do for right around 50, a little bit under. Let's see who else. Nimmo's over 100. Um, how much for a Strawberry? I have Strawberry inscribed 86 World Series champs. That one that's inscribed 86 World Series champs. That one I could do for 100. Cozy. That's inscribed 86 World Series champs. JSA. JSA. Cozy. Ray Knight, Silver Fox. That one is JSA. Um, Price on Ray Knight. That one, Silver Fox. Let me give you a price. Hold on. Ray Knight. I can do for. Yeah. You want him? You want him without the cube? I could do him for 45. I actually can't see your profile picture. Oh, you want a bulk deal? Cozy, I have a 1962 Met here, Frank Thomas.
Think for a young ball player trying to break through the big leagues. At 3-1. It's a grip. Swings over the top. Strike two. The value of having him here and his growth, evaluating better to have him here, backing up Will Smith, who's not going
You know what, Ray Knight? If you did a combo deal, I could cut it to 45.
rushing takes ball forward. There wasn't anything left for him to accomplish in the minor league.
How many balls are you looking to take, Cozy?
That was just
And I'll start making you a combo deal.
where you could wait.
Like 3?
You know, you can wait on the bat and catching. You can wait on the bat and seven.
Yeah, I could cut that. I could cut that night to 4-5.
But
I could cut that night to 4-5.
you have to have production and be able to play defense. Well, he came to the big leagues in a defensive position with an offensive starting catcher. So
Of course, JSA.
wait on the bat.
JSA on night.
Just fine. 2-1, 2 out for Kike Hernandez. Waits to strike one. Kike like rushing, came off the bench. It's not for seconds. Now it's Simmons.
JSA Ray Knight.
And Kike ball much different rushing from an experience standpoint in a somewhat similar spot. And to keep a bat warm with playing time inconsistent and unknown. But it's one thing to do it with your youngster coming up and you're all excited and you deal with it.
You'll do the 45.
Better with the big league. They usually learn how to deal with it.
I got you.
This is one of the 7. 2-1, 2 out, 2 balls.
I got you.
This is way outside. Close the count for
Silver Fox is a great inscription.
as he approached the score.
Definitely a great inscription.
He jumped, gets the location, over the plate in with himself. 1-3-2. Hernandez takes one to the left field, but it's right at Johnson for the final out.
And we got that one for you in 3, 2, and 1. He said, wait. But wait. He said, but wait. Give me a sec. You got it, Coz. Take the time, Coz.
The K and K4 and K5 represent what comes next.
Cozy, where are you located, by the way? Are you the boroughs, the island, Jersey? Jersey? North? North Jersey? Nice. Bergen, Essex? Jersey City? Nice. Nice, nice.
Because they're built to reach rappers, just like me. Which is why we try to make you feel human.
Yeah, take your time, bro. Take your time, brother. We're here.
Stop. Go. I need timeout. Thank you.
I love when we get, a good Mets fan in the chat. We love that. Cozy, of course. we're already doing our very best, but you know we'll continue to do our very best for you. We'll continue to do our very best for you.
It's been a really special season here.
If anybody else wants a combo deal,
World Series champion team.
let us know.
Joe Kelly, why do you actually just
We can make a cart like our boys doing right now, and
around down the nation? See Joe.
we could wrap it up all into one order for you.
Michael Kopech replaces
Make it nice and easy.
Try and work him in forward with some game reps. Last time we saw him in San Diego, things got wild in a hurry. Yeah, you hope to give anybody, veteran or young person, soft landing.
Yeah, Dykstra could work for a pretty good deal. Lenny Dykstra.
Not just automatically got the soft landing like he's got.
Wanted to do him. DiMaggio, Koufax, Williams, and Aaron, no cases.
The game is fast enough when you haven't been out there on a big league field for a long time. And it's fast as far as yourself. You're consumed with yourself and being back.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, the soft landing is it's just about yourself, not the scoreboard. But when you're coming back, and
You got it, Jordan.
or it's a save, or it's a tight game, or it's extra inning.
We'll be chatting, Jordan.
Second, that means you've got the overwhelming feeling of back in the big leagues on the mound yourself and the situation on top of that. Sits him down in the strikeout. First out of the eighth.
Jordan, are you going to be up for a little bit, or are you winding down for the night?
Okay, let's see how my fastball away is. All right, let's try and land a breaking ball. You're just thinking about yourself and getting acclimated with the game, and the adrenaline, the speed of it out there on the mound. But you are essentially every.
If anybody else wants that bundle, let me know.
I need to start strike one inside.
We're here to bundle it for you.
It's a little different equation when you have been out there for months or years. That's the side of the game that us mere mortals will never fully understand. The game that is being played between the ears, every single pitch for every single player. And they know the game so well. So they know every situation so well. And they know the value of the execution in that situation so well. And so it's very easy if you're in the wrong mindset and you're not thinking about executing or your head position or your set position or monitoring your running game.
He said, I'm watching the Dodger game right now. Word up. Word up.
I need to throw this slider low away into the dirt. And so you're not thinking about
Perfecto.
or what comes best for you with your thought pattern. Yes, it gets really tough. Another one too.
Nolan Arenado. No Nolan Arenado at the moment. No Nolan Arenado at the moment. Good ass flow.
Those conversations are big part of it. 13 for Rojas. Now number 2. Andrew Kisner has one of the 3 San Francisco hits. Base hit leading off the 6th.
No problem, Cobra.
And each time, he left it straight. Double, and a single. You know, what helps that is not only getting outs after that, but he didn't walk anybody. Walk one guy. He didn't set the table for the Giants. Made them do it themselves.
Don Larson.
I think the example I can give you,
Mike Mussina.
Stephen, is the difference between having an open tape.
Lefty Gomez.
And a live open, if you haven't done this for a year, an opening day is completely different That's more like it from Michael Kopech. Forget the K's. L1238.
Is Cozy still with us? Still with us, Cozy?
It's AI with the Copilot Plus PC from Best Buy.
The worst of the worst, or lucky.
Maybe we should make it quick.
If you can buy something miles away with a tap, your car insurance should let you file a claim with a tap. With limited car insurance, you can save from day one if you're a safe driver. Plus, if you drive less, you can save even more with our low mileage discount. It's about time insurance does that. Get a quote at lemonade.com/car. Won't be affected by Viagra, but faster. Sparks are designed to
Bud Harrelson.
to hit your bloodstream faster than traditional pills with a dual action formula.
Buddy Harrelson.
Hunger boost. Rose Sparks contains adaptogen, which lasts longer in your system so that you're ready to go for up to 36 hours. Sparks hit faster and stronger to work longer. Say it with me. Faster, stronger, longer. Sparks. See if Rose Sparks are right for you at rose.co/switch.
That one's Buddy Harrelson.
Sometime. I'm just gonna grab that. I'll pause. Okay, we're good. World Champion Doctors Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California.
Yes, sir.
Check out the full line of
Of course.
trucks and SUVs. It's time to see forward.
Everything is unless otherwise stated. But of course.
And San Francisco is going to their position player roster. Logan Porter takes the mound. He's 4, 5, and 6 in the Dodger lineup. He split Rojas in one seat. 36 to get a swinging strike on the second. And a smile from Porter. I don't know what the physics are, but it probably takes at least 30 miles an hour to get there in the air.
That one's PSA.
36 was just barely over the plate. He's not changing speed. He's staying right around 36.
You want to do those two, or you want to do a third as well?
Nice play. Second. Yeah.
Goes.
Coming up, it's Access Sportsnet Dodgers in Club Ravine, which will probably be rocking. John Hartone, Gary Harrison Jr., and Omar Garcia-Parra.
65 for those two. 65.
Access Sportsnet Dodgers, presented by Mercury Insurance.
65 for those two.
Rojas slices to left field, carrying back toward the wall. Get out of here. Fourth Dodger home run of the ball game. And this blowout turns up to 11. Well, you calculate how much power radius applied. It comes in at 36 and goes out at 99 miles an hour at 8/10.
Without the cubes, I could do $100, and I could add in a Howard Johnson.
Base hit next Wednesday. There is no maximum arc rule you made in baseball.
Recco. Everything's authenticated by different companies, but the ones you're looking at here are both PSA, but we carry stuff from PSA, JSA, Beckett, CAS, a whole host, MLB Hollows. So,
Calling against Andy Padres. Porter is doing a magnificent job.
you got it, Recco.
Oh, Stop it clear by Schmidt. He's only going to get one with the fact that he got one and all. You're definitely going to play line with Bull. You're dropping in there at 36.
Yeah, it is. It's just that's why without the cubes, it's not as bad. Without the cubes, it is not as bad. But I wish I could take on shipping for you, but I'm already giving you the most rock bottom price I can. So
He's working right now. Last time the Dodgers beat the Giants by at least 10 runs.
Recco Dodgers. Are you looking for current Dodgers?
They did it at home. The paper of 1,009.
I do have Dodgers, but a lot of older Dodgers.
The glove work in the bottom of the eighth. Picking up Porter. The Dodgers get one on a homer. 11 up.
Like the newest Dodger that I have at the moment is like Greg Maddux or Clayton Kershaw. I'm sorry, I have Kershaw at the moment. Yeah, but we always get in, Mookie, Freddie. They just come in and they go right out.
Okay, this is exciting.
They come in and they go right out. Yeah, yeah.
I think I like sports. No way. The gecko was just spotted down the street.
I've also heard of you.
The oldest Dodgers I have. Well, Pee Wee Reese sold tonight. I have Campanella. Um, I have Koufax. Let me actually tell you because I'm not sure how old they are off the rip. Duke was born in 26, so he's not the oldest. Campanella was born in 21. He might be the oldest that I have. Koufax was born in 35, so he's not the oldest. I think Campanella might be the oldest. Pee Wee Reese was the oldest. 1918. Pee Wee Reese was the oldest, but he sold tonight.
Presented by Syncron. Visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Kike Hernandez takes the mound for the ninth.
Yes, sir. But I do have Campy. Campy was born in 1921, over 100 years ago. Recco, I have at the moment 4 Koufaxes. Um, on my top 2, I'm looking for 550, and on my bottom 2, I'm looking for 450. Recco. And those are whatnot prices. Obviously, whatnot takes about 10%. So,
Kike is trying to beat Porter in his at bat. Going to be a little competition here. Porter gave up 1. Kike's trying to post a 0.
I also have a list, Recco, if you want to see the list.
Tonight, Clayton Kershaw for the 11th time, with 7+ innings against the San Francisco Giants.
That helps.
I don't know what to say more, but Ben Taxis and Clayton Kershaw shuffling against San Francisco. He has always pitched well against the Dodger crowd. Yeah, I've seen that, Rich.
Death taxes and Kershaw shoving against the Giants. So true. So true. Recco. No problem, brother. Thank you for the best wishes. See you soon, man. Dodgers look so good right now. Jordan, what do you think of this? How long have I been selling? Decent amount of time. I'd say about 4.5 years. But I've been collecting way longer than that, and you sell along the way. Yeah, Jordan, great game. Landon, what did I tell you before? You see this? The Dodgers are up 11-0. If they do this, if they do this 3 nights in a row where they're up. Wait, is Kike Hernandez pitching right now? Dude, if they do this 3 nights in a row where they're up this much, um yes sir, Landon. You as well. But if they're up by this much 3 nights in a row, then San Francisco's going to come out against Boston and want to kill them. See you tomorrow, Landon. Nobody could hit Kike. It flagged Kike. It thought you were saying the other word that's spelled the same way. That's funny. Pop up. You're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong at all. Do you have mantle, Jord? Oops. Do you have mantle? You do? Nice. Jesus Christ.
Second grand slam in as many nights, and the shutout has been spoiled. Wait a second, and was it last night after the bases were walked loaded?
That's wild.
The knuckleball that didn't knuckle very much. That's going to be quite an arbitration case. Yeah. Well, you got one strikeout with 4 earnings as well. No, I was talking about Schmidt. Oh, God. Yeah. Arbitration. And then the Giants go in there with their attorney and say, one was against Kike Hernandez. 0-2. The Dodgers are a strike away. Dodgers staying to its feet.
Dude. Dude. What's he wearing on his head? It's like half a helmet. What is that?
Hernandez loves doing this, and he loves LA. The 2-2 makes it to left field. And they do not want to get anybody up in the goal.
Come on, load him up. Come on. I would love to see the Giants come back against Kike Hernandez.
11-4 Dodgers in the top of the ninth. One more out to go. There is somebody getting up in the pen. Who's walking towards the mound.
It's Banda.
That's a strike.
He said, "Nah, I want to see him close it."
That was 2-1. Taking the other way for a base hit. There's probably going to be a visit and give Anthony Banda time to warm up because you don't want him to warm up rushing. You want him to warm up in earnest.
Dude, come on, Tatum. Tatum, bro. Sorry, I know you want you want to see him close it, but I is this Wilmer Flores? That looks like Wilmer Flores.
First pitch strike for Hernandez.
Was Kike a pitcher? He's got good form. He just throws really slow. Maybe he throws BP for the team. Landon. We're watching Kike Hernandez try to close out for the Giants, but to no avail. It was 11-0, and now it's 11-4.
Ground ball left side. Rojas shuffles over. And
Oh! Get the fuck out of here!
that ball goes out of play. One scores
Get the fuck out of here!
to make it 11-5.
Uh oh. Uh oh. What's happening now, Diddy Dodgers? Uh oh.
Dave Roberts' hand. Ball bouncing to the camera well. So Kisner gets to second. Second and third, 2 outs. Anthony Banda will come in to get the last one.
Take that stupid helmet thing off now. Yeah, there you go. Pass it to your teammate. It's no hate to him. It's just that like it's always fun watching a team come back, especially in a fashion like that, like this against. Leave him in. I agree, bro. Leave him in. Like, come on, Dave Roberts. No, but Dave Roberts is like the king of small ball, bro. He literally invented small ball.
Through him, hundreds of thousands of guys are finding doctor-trusted treatment for their ED. In fact, we'll show you one. This is him. I'm him. Today, he really feels like him. I'm him. But he didn't always.
If it's an insult if they bring who into pitch.
So we went to hims.com and got ED treatment prescribed 100% online and delivered right to his door. Now, every day, he feels like him. I'm him. Find trusted treatment for ED and start feeling like him.
Yeah.
Get started today at hims.com. Catch every pitch, hit, and run with MLB Sunday Leadoff, streaming free on Roku Sports Channel. Get on base through your Roku device, the RokuChannel.com, or the Roku mobile app. Just search MLB Leadoff or find it in sports on your home screen menu. This week on MLB Sunday Leadoff, the Reds are fearless on the bases, but runs don't come easy in Detroit. It's Reds versus Tigers live.
Reds versus Tigers live.
Only on Roku Sports.
Lions and Tigers and Bears. Oh my.
So Anthony Banda does have to come out of the bullpen. Was 11-0 beginning the ninth. The Giants scored 5.
Banda.
And then an error on Miguel Rojas. So a handful, and now the top of the order.
Blake popped in for a little bit. I think Ryan's busy tonight.
Because you know it was the Laffer. It's gone from the Laffer to we want to secure the win. Only about 1 out. But still, it's some mental gymnastics of getting ready. When you think it's time to hit the showers and the post-game meal. Which makes fastball misses the double lead.
It's crazy. This is crazy, bro. Damn, finally a strike. It's the ninth, bro.
So foul 1-2. San Francisco down to his last throw.
It's crazy how much easier Banda makes it look. Banda makes it look so freaking easy compared to Kike. Dude. Banda was a Met.
Two on, two out, 2-2.
Nope.
Outside. Countdown 4. The payoff. Right, left field side.
No.
To the wall, or let him play. Almost.
Come on, Giants. Come on, underdog. Come on, underdog. Jordan, are you a Dodgers fan? I'm sorry. You are. I'm such a dick. I'm sorry. That's a nice win. It's always fun to watch a team come back, though. You know how it is. It's got nothing to do with the as much as other people would make it personal. I know Not Die Hard. I got you. I don't. I feel like that's kind of like a paradox. Is there such thing as a diehard Dodgers fan? I guess there is, but like, I guess there is. That's a silly statement. But I, oh my God, we got another tie game. Holy shit. 1995 Seattle Mariners. How you doing? I smell 95. Anyone else? Gotcha. Class A never does that. He did. Jesus Christ. 101. Jordan, so you grew up rooting for like Pudge and Nolan? I think that the Sox have to buy this deadline. I couldn't see the Sox not buying this deadline. If they don't buy this deadline, then they're going to lose a lot of fans, honestly. To, be completely straight. The Sox need to buy. At least. Or, I mean, a few. At least. No way. Wow. Wowee, guys. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Good for the Mariners, honestly. Clase is such a beast. Like, how do you just beat him like that? Landon, this doesn't happen to Clase A. Clase A doesn't do this.
But does that even help when you're preparing for that last at-bat?
Yeah, he has,
Definitely.
one of the best looks in the game. He likes to throw hardcore, so we just prepare for that last time we got to appreciate it.
Knowing how difficult it is to hit that pitch, what do you think about the job that Cole Young did to get that bunt down? You thought you were going to escape. You can't escape, Biggie. Well, let's go back to Cole Young because that was a really impressive at-bat by the rookie.
Yeah,
I hear you.
really good one. That's actually, that's actually going. Hopefully it's very tough, so it was great.
That's Victor Robles getting in on that one. Then without Dylan Moore speed at third base, you probably don't get that tying run. How
Wow, Polanco.
third and his speed change things?
Dylan Moore, he always gets out. He always prepared for any situation he can take a bunt.
Wow, Polanco.
Driving this boat was a total no-brainer.
Oh, no brainer. You got to vote. Smart thing to say is like if this neighbor State Farm is there. Amazing to help you choose.
What would life be without State Farm commercials?
State Farm is there.
You want high-performance, long-lasting, affordable tools. You want Harbor Freight tools. Whatever you do it for less than Harbor Freight. Save even more at our parking lot sale going on now.
He plays baseball.
Yeah, he plays baseball.
And he's a big boy.
Yep, the red team, so that's the Cardinals, St. Louis Cardinals. Yeah, that's blue silver.
You're good, aren't you? Other team that's Cappy's team. Cappy's second base and he's batting second.
My grandchildren know me as Pappy, but little by little, they started to know me as Ryan Sandberg. Went over everything. They've seen pictures, they've seen highlights, but this is the first time they've seen the game.
Love Ryan Sandberg.
The Cubs always had a certain kind of appeal because of their history, because of their field, because of their baseball. But they were never thought of as anything other than lovable losers for most of their history.
My choice, I guess always had there and it's supposed to be the whole fair. Now, figure it's all about reasonable fair. That's the year of the Chicago Cubs. Every year we start out, well, maybe this year, and then maybe they'd be in first place.
What up, Stan the Man?
And then just somehow they just found a way to lose. Wow, come on.
What pitching philanthropy?
The 1980s are really tough. They almost lost 100 games in 1980. 81, the team was sold to the Tribune Company. The Tribune comes in, there's all this progress, and pretty much the Cubs lose 90 games year after year.
They weren't thought of as a contender. Then Dallas Green comes in.
If I didn't feel that we couldn't get the job done, I wouldn't be here today.
So Dallas Green was hired as a general manager of the Cubs. He came in, cleaned house.
I think an attitude and approach to work had to be changed.
Dallas was coming from the Phillies. He knew the culture. He knew what winning was like.
Ew. Oh, excuse me.
Dallas Green would go to the organization he knew most, the Phillies. So again,
Jordan, usually we run till right around 1, 2 Eastern time.
Shortstops, one for the other.
but I want this kid, you know, Sandberg in the deal.
The key to the deal was this throwing.
Depends on how everybody's feeling, you know.
He felt very strongly that without Ryan Sandberg in the deal, that trade's not going to be made.
I was scared to death of the trade, but he picked me for some reason. I still don't know why.
Yep.
Larry Bow was going to the Cubs to be their starting shortstop, and I was the throw-in.
Larry Boa used to always give Sandberg such a hard time about even playing getting late. They didn't even like it. Hey, struck him out.
Started off 1 for 31. I remember some article headlines, who's the Sandberg guy, he's in a trade, he can't get a hit. I do remember going into the manager's office, Lee Elia, with Dallas Green. They gave me a pat on the back. Hey, son, you're playing a good defense. The hits are going to come. But looking back at it, I think it was my last chance to stay there. I needed to get some hits, and I needed to get the offense going. Working on that, along with the team, not winning a lot of baseball games.
There was no expectation in 1984 that the Cubs were going to come out in 1985. They had a terrible spring training. They had the worst record in the Cactus League. You know, they were just not good at all. But they bring Bob Dernier and Gary Matthews over at very near the end of spring training. You don't see trades that late very often, but that just totally changed the makeup of the team. Didn't particularly know if I would buy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For the most part, we are just
Really a blessing.
hanging.
For the guys that had been accustomed to winning, we could hit, we could score. We really needed a little more pitching every time out.
Overnight, I went from a team that last place to a team that was contending for a division title. Once I got there, all of a sudden the Cubs started looking like the team that I left. The first homestand was against Philadelphia. We lose all 4 games.
And then they lost 2 out of 3 to Pirates. Cardinals are coming to town. The talk had turned to, uh-oh, here we go again, another June swoon.
Showtime playing Cardinal baseball. They were like always the thorn in the Cubs' side. They were the lovable Cubs.
Mantles have inscriptions. Not at the moment. No.
And they had Ozzie Smith, Willie McGee, and Tommy Hurd. They also had Bruce Sutter down there.
Bruce Sutter was the premier relief pitcher in baseball in 1984.
They've got Whitey Herzog, who's, you know, kind of doing things a little bit differently. They're the, you know, running gun, hit the ball on the turf. They just get guys on base, and they just kind of beat you that way.
That's what made baseball in the 80s so much fun, is watching the creativity of the managers.
And the Cubs in St. Louis, it's like the Hatfield and the Cole. You don't know why, you just don't like that particular person or that group. And usually you end up going out there and hunting.
That whole decade of the 80s, you knew going in, you had to be hard.
You knew everybody was watching this game. That was Saturday afternoon game of the week.
This is the most important thing that makes the Sandberg game stand out. It was a truly national game.
What are we looking for on Raleigh here?
The Cardinals visiting the Cubs. Hi again, everybody. Bob Costas, along with some. This is a real story. I was playing catcher. I had a thermite on my team, and the bedroom wall was left reinforced. Anytime you have Bob Costas, Tony Kubek covering the game, you know, it's a bigger game in a sense.
It's difficult for younger people to understand, with so many ways to watch literally every game in baseball, if you wanted to realize what the game of the week was. If you lived in a non-major league city and you were a baseball fan, this was your one chance to see Fernando Valenzuela face Johnny Bench, or whatever it might have been. Growing up in Spokane, Washington, that's the only baseball I saw on TV. It was the Saturday game of the week, and I just really had a respect for that growing up, that this was a big deal today.
Bob Dernier, hitting .313, 26 stolen bases, was developed into one of the game's best leadoff men. He was started for the Cubs, followed by Ryan Sandberg, one 1-2 punch.
I knew Bobby D from the first time that I had reported to Helena, Montana at 18 years old.
Unfortunately, I'm back here with a guy played in the minor leagues, Ryan Sandberg, and being lead off hitter in front of him is really a joy.
I always took a lot of pride in being the guy who was on base when these great players were hitting. And I think I helped Rhino in that department.
We're on a good team at that point in '84, and we just wanted to take advantage of this time together and kind of celebrate that, hey, we're both in the big league. That's what we dreamt about. Now here we are, and 1-2 for the Cubs.
Ryan Sandberg and Bobby Dernier, the Cubs' famous daily double.
Harry brought the daily double to life because he loved the horse track.
And the daily double is back in force.
So the daily double was probably heard his phrase of the track and get off to a good start, right? He won the first 2 races.
Holy cow, the daily double is back to work.
I think being out front early gave us a lot of pride in being on base and scoring runs, especially at home, right?
Dernier, a big number 20 on the back of his uniform. Here's the press. Line drive, right there in the left field. Dernier gets it again.
Every time he gets run in that first inning, something happens.
Well, in the other half, and a good save, daily double.
It was our whole game plan to set up the rest of the lineup. He had the green light when he got on first base.
We're going to sign one another from first base to home plate.
There goes Dernier.
We had a sign with Bobby D, whether he's just straight stealing or tells you to hit the run.
Rhino knocks him in. That was the recipe all year. The daily double.
Here at Sandberg again, a Mike the Cub attack. The game is tied at 1.
We go to the top of the second inning. Steve Trout is on the hill formation Chicago Cubs.
Well, a couple things happened that day. Hardly ever happened all year, so it's a good thing we got it on tape. But that was Rainbow getting lit up on the Cardinals.
You 2. Only Cubs hits him and bounces over, stays in. There's no play, and the Cardinals have a 2-1 lead.
Well, you know it's 3 guys scored, and you got 3 guys still on base, and you got no outs.
I think he put a 7 on in less than 2 innings.
I mean, anytime you're able to score that many runs off a starting pitcher, you feel like you've accomplished your goal.
I told Rhino that I was gonna go ahead and get one of my worst games ever, so that he could come up and get 6 at bats, and that was gonna be our secret. So that's what really happened. I threw the game.
That's what Cinderella has done so far. Very clever by the guys in the truck. Well, it might be a Cinderella story for Cinderella.
So Ralph Cinderella was the starting pitcher for the Cardinals. He was making his 8th major league appearance and his first start. He definitely was not a top Cardinals prospect, but he was 9-0 at Louisville.
The Cardinals would flatly tell you we just had to give him a chance. He deserved it. 2-1 to Sandberg, who singled in the first. It's going to be another base hit. Ozzie dives, but he has no play. Sandberg now is 2 for 2 today, and 9 hits in his last 12 at-bats. You know Cinderella's heart has to be pounding a little bit. First big league start.
Ralph was one of those guys, and White was good at this. When a young guy came up, he wanted to know what the guy was made of. A lot of times he just threw him into the fire.
Another play ball. Ozzie. It's going to be Herb. On the game, Green 6-4-3. The Cubs are gone at 3rd.
Certainly feeling good about the prospects of winning this ball game. And with the way that we played defense, there was no reason to believe that we couldn't hold on to win that game.
Ralph Cinderella was struggling in the first inning. As things going his way now.
It just didn't feel like our day from the first inning on, and falling behind. The innings were running out on us.
You got runners at first and second with one away. Ryan Sandberg, who's 2 for 2 today, will be the hitter. Drove in what to this moment is the only Cub run of the day. Into the dirt, rolls away from Porter, he can't find it. The runners move out. That's going to put their bullpen to work. Now you've got 2 runners and Sandberg can deliver.
He's good. Throws Sandberg out. Johnstone crosses the plate at 7-2 after here was on the third with 2 out.
It was the weakest contact of the day, but it did the job in that moment.
Art Howe scores, and Matthews hits for second as in there. 7-3.
We have that never die attitude. Our motto was, you don't make the first out, you don't make the last out. Keep the train going, we would say.
Cubs had to start chipping away, and they did. They picked up a pair. Cubs are closer as the Cardinals still lead it 7-3.
We really didn't know if the Cardinals would continue to add on and just make it a 10 or 12 run lead at some point. We're trying to come back, but Willie McGee was still doing some damage.
The next hitter, Willie McGee, who had a big hit in this game, a triple that produced 3 runs in the second.
He was willing, you know, he had his own way of doing it. He looked real bad on the pitch, and then he threw the same pitch, and he hit the pitch for a home run.
Swinging and drives it to right. That ball is well hit. That's going to be gone. A home run. I don't know if he hit any better against the Cubs or not, but it seemed like he killed them.
Willie McGee is 3 for 4 with a single and a triple and now a home run.
Cardinal fans, you could hear them and their reaction to it. They were coming alive at Wrigley Field with what Willie was doing that day. But we were not going to be intimidated.
Cubs are in a 6-run hole, 9-3 St. Louis.
We really didn't totally establish ourselves as a comeback type of a team for that amount.
Out of the stretch, he brings it. That hit. Stay in the hand. All right. They're going to make a change here. The rookie Cinderella is gone.
Cinderella.
We started chipping away at the lead, and then we started feeling that.
This might drop in. It's 9-4 on the bases are still loaded.
It was just the makeup of that team. You know, we weren't going to go away, and we're going to keep fighting through the last out.
They had another 2 with the Cubs that are hitters up and down the lineup that there was no lead that was safe.
And all of a sudden, the Cubs are roaring back here. And the batter will be Sandberg, the hottest hitter on the club right now.
He was kind of that wonder boy. Nobody had yet to find out how good he really was.
I saw where the flowers started to bloom.
The last 3 games, Sandberg has really been swinging a good level back. Here's the pitch. Way high.
This game with Ryan Sandberg on the mound, and because it had a national audience, it was his national coming out party.
Nice hit. 1 in. Turn here away, Tall. A 2-run score, 9-8.
Now the Cubs fans are really into it, and we're starting to feel, hey, this game is now obviously not over.
They're stomping, they're chanting, they're cheering. It's just this echoing noise. This 84 was different. Fireworks at Wrigley Field. We're right back into this ball game now.
Here we go. And it seemed like all of the games that we played here in St. Louis was close like that.
The Cardinals have a lead, so 7-1 and 9-3. It's 9-8 now in the 7th. 3-0 is the count to Jody Hughes.
My favorite ball that I have or that I want. One ball that I really like is this one right here, Tug McGraw. He signs with a smiley face like that. Pretty rare auto. And he is also the father of country artist Tim McGuire.
He was the guy with the pitch that disappeared. It was almost unfair.
It was like, Mike, how could you leave the Cubs and go to the Cardinals? Bruce Sutter comes on in the eighth inning, and this is a beautiful.
I mean, Tim McGraw. Pretty interesting piece. He was also a Met.
Why did you want to do it?
Well, I really wanted to see how basketball.
Bruce Sutter was a Cubs prospect, but he hurt his arm.
Kind of random though, right?
He comes back. He's lost most of his velocity on his pitch. He's about done with his career. Well, Sutter has incredibly big hands. And Fred Martin, who was a Cub minor league pitching instructor, looked at those hands and said, I think you can throw this pitch. It's called the split.
I mean, I favor balls for all different reasons, though. It really depends.
It's the arm speed.
I have one here that's, pretty rare as hell, but you'll hate it. It's Derek Jeter's Rookie of the Year inscription.
With the split finger action, the ball kind of tumbles a little.
Yeah, I mean, the popular balls are fun, but sometimes the ones that aren't popular are
He was still one of the most dominant relief pitchers in all of baseball.
even more.
Unfortunately, Bruce filed for arbitration and won. That meant a big payday that the Wrigley family wasn't willing to pay. So
He said, definitely my least favorite.
the dreaded company.
It was like, you can't believe this is happening.
Understandable.
Really, you're trading Bruce Sutter? Come on.
When you play on both sides of it, when you're cut, you hate to cut.
Understandable, for sure.
That's what rivalries.
As great as Bruce Sutter was as a Cub, he even got better when he became a Cardinal. Sutter from the bell to the plate.
Any St. Louis. I should have Suter. I have Pujols. I have LaRussa. I have McGuire. I have Brock.
You told him from an innocent. There was nothing new. We expected to see him early.
Beltran.
He was a lockdown guy. If the game was close, but the Cardinals had the lead late, Sutter would take care of the rest of it.
There's a little dribbler down in the first place with Sutter covering the back. There you go. Easy out.
I thought there was like a little pressure on the hitter. Because he had to hit the way he was.
Bob Gibson.
That's an easy over.
I do have a Gibson.
Over the first to the out.
I do have a Gibson.
I would say that on me because I'm going to throw strikes, or at least they're going to start out as strikes.
I have multiple Gibsons, actually. I think.
I remember the bottom of the eighth because I made the last out. It was kind of
Let me
disappointing.
show you the Gibson I'm seeing right here.
But immediately I started thinking, well, we got our guts.
The Cubs in their ninth will have Sandberg, Matthews, and Durham. Maybe we could still get a couple on Sutter.
This is one Gibson. But yes, we do have Gibson. How much on Gibson? Um, Let me tell you.
My previous at-bats against Bruce, he just had pitches that would just eat me up on the inside part of the plate. I knew that I was aware of what he had, but I had a little different swing going on, a different mentality.
I can do it.
I think this was all set up for first day of spring training with Jim Fry. I knew that Jim had a hitter's background, American League play.
I can do it for 100.
Ballpark and drive the ball.
The inscriptions.
Be the early spring training, and he pulled me aside.
Without the cube, I could cut that to 95.
Out of the ballpark. I said, no, I've never thought about that. I'd never been told that. So we did some drills where he gave me some soft tosses about a foot and a half inside. He wanted me to exaggerate getting ahead of the bat out there with that pitch and driving it to the left side of the diamond.
Landon said, "Get it."
Francisco, Greg Mitten coming in. So I faced him late in the game. Was able to hit a home run to left center field in San Francisco. And that was the first time that what Jim Fry talked about in the spring really carried over into the season. I think all this is all going into one at bat, and those types of thoughts, a lot of those are good thoughts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know how it is, Landon.
Harry back at Wrigley Field. Here's Ryan Sandberg to lead it off. First pitch low, ball one.
I was able to see a pitch, which was huge. And now I'm ahead in the count.
Ryan was one of the guys that you don't get too often. It's still second. That pitch to it.
It was vintage Bruce Sutter, hard, split finger fastball, coming hard and down. I do remember aiming underneath the baseball for the first time in my career.
When? I hear you, Landon.
Almost nobody had much success against Bruce Sutter at that point. He was close to invincible, which is part of what makes this game so amazing.
There were so many Cardinals that were standing, getting ready to cheer a victory.
Yes, sir.
Down, and all of a sudden, the 30,000 Cub fans got to stand up.
When you're getting paid that MLB money.
People they didn't even know, high-fiving. It was pretty awesome.
Rhino leads off the inning with a home run, and right after that, Sarge gets out. Now, okay, let's see what can happen.
Landon will be able to trade your autographs for Mickey Mantle.
Game over? No, it was a spider. He was like a spider. He had more reach than you might think. The guys that make a living, that's he was that thing to do.
Appreciate you, brother.
Get no more Ozzie Smiths on the field.
Excellence is one thing. Style and presence is something else. He had all of that. So it didn't surprise me. It shouldn't have surprised Pete more than you did.
1-2.
What position do you play, Landon? I don't think I ever asked you.
Most of the time, they think it's offense. I thought the opposite. Momentum can also be defensive as well. And I think that that's what really made some of the Cardinal teams in the past, is our ability to play on both sides of the ball.
There have been stars galore. Sandberg, Dernier, Willie McGee, and certainly this man, Ozzie Smith. Extra innings in Wrigley. It's tied at 9.
Third, first, and pitch. Nice.
There are things that happen in that game that happen in other points in history where you're like, oh yeah. It just showcases what Wrigley is.
Look down the left side.
How many years now have you been playing 60-90? 2 years, 3 years?
Myself up and extravagance on that.
Just got a piece of it. But once Matthews put that button in the stand, he's fair game. All right. And he was out of the playing field over the stand. That's the problem.
Knowing now what happened in 2003 with Steve Bartman and Moises Alou.
It's definitely crazy though, right, bro? 60 when you go to 60-90, it's where the boys get separated from the men. For sure, bro.
Which is almost the same as Moises Alou's reaction.
You see the frustration in the dreaming of having a chance to make the play in the making because they knew they had given a second chance and was a chance we were going to capitalize on it.
Slots it by and makes it. So Ozzy now has a couple of hits and also a pair of walks. And it's Willie McGee. 3 for 5, a single and triple and home run. 5 RBI.
You're pretty much going with Lee's streak against, theirs, and you gotta take chances.
I'm trying to close the pitch you can't reach. Because Willie, he gets anxious and good. So I'm trying to throw him something that he can't handle. I made a hell of a pitch and that hit it. That's why he called it baseball. I threw it and he hit it.
Lee didn't have too many bad games, but that was just gonna be one of those days where hitters are gonna have the best day of their life. Some of them did.
I think that says a lot. Not only from the cycle, but you do it on the game of the week. That's showing up to play.
I got you.
Oh man, if this becomes again like the greatest moment that we've had in so long, it's gonna be part of another losing comeback.
Cardinals come up with 2, and Willie McGee was the key man of the inning. They take an 11-9 lead in the bottom of the 10th.
Oh, really? Is the local high school team any good?
This isn't your typical ad campaign. These are real people, not.
Coming up after baseball.
This is also a pretty cool piece. You asked what my favorite piece is. This has to be up there. Koufax, Ryan, and Feller.
Was waiting behind us. So they expected the game to be over in time for us to get into the fight. So we had to read the player of the game because it was.
I'm not too up on all the current travel teams, but I'm not gonna lie, it does sound familiar. It does sound familiar.
A lot of people thought.
It is sweet. What's up, Hellraisin? Hellraisin, those packages got to all right.
Been around baseball even then long enough.
I forget if
The game is not over.
we spoke about it yet.
Cardinals are 1 out away from playing Wildwood. They're here trying to get on and give Sandberg another chance. Makes the ball.
I think the number one thing that gets lost in the Rhino game was the Bobby Daenerys bat. With 2 out and down 2, you got to take a strike. You got to try to.
Uh-huh. I got you. Yeah, I've definitely heard of it.
Set the table right there.
And he went 3-0 on, which was stupid. Right? Bruce would tell you that. You can't walk this guy. That guy with that. So that's kind of what happened. It went to 3-0. So I'm thinking, man, I got 3 shots here, so I've got to take it.
Wow. Wow, Roman played for you guys? Jeez, bro. That's got to be cool for you as a Sox fan, right? And Kyle too. Wow.
I mean, absolutely crucial, you know, and by the way, you gotta catch a strike. Can't be dropping a strike.
But Phil, our side, thankfully, right on that.
Yeah, that's cool.
With Bobby on first base, the pitcher's concentrating on him a little bit because he's a base stealing threat. I'm going to be ready to hit as soon as I can. I'm just geared for the split finger fastball once again.
I think that that's the mistake of Brochure. I mean, I think that his success rate was so good that you could bank it. And I think everybody.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, you never mentioned that. That's cool as hell.
Shut it down. Everybody believed that with Brian Sandberg.
As a younger kid, 10, 11, 12 years old, my brother and I, 6 years older, would play out.
Landon, you know who I like?
After watching the games of the week on Saturdays,
Tyler Wade.
the players, we knew the lineups.
I think Tyler Wade's cool as hell.
Situations in the front yard at that age, as if it was a real major league game. So without the feeling like I was the guy to do it, and I'm thinking, you know, maybe this is my game.
They let me know that going to the bottom of the 10th, we would have to take care of the credits. We had to round through all that stuff. And Sandberg had other ideas.
Our game today was produced by Ken Anderson, directed by Lucky Guts. Mike Weissman is the executive producer of NBC Sports, coordinating producer of baseball, Harry Boyle. 1-1 pitch.
Wow. That's cool, bro. Not gonna lie, that's pretty freaking cool.
It's television. And if you've got that kind of atmosphere and that kind of crowd, once you've called, get out of the way and let the visuals tell the story.
So then you have Harry Carey. Harry,
As long as it's intact, right? Right?
He's just going crazy, and it says Ryan Sandberg about 10 times, and he says it again, and he's reacting like the bleacher bums did out there, going nuts.
Yeah, send the picture. I'd like to see it.
Third base with that sound pressure, don't let people tell you that they don't care, because if fans are like fans were there at Wrigley that day, you hear plenty of that.
Don Zimmer is absolutely screaming, going ballistic. I mean, just crushed my hand with a high five coming around third, and just floated right into home plate. And I do remember going into the dugout with probably the biggest smile on my face on the baseball field.
Ryan Sandberg, damn, good for you.
You know what? I belong here.
As the man that Dallas Green wanted in a trade with the Phillies, he said, I'll make the deal if you throw in the kid, Ryan Sandberg. They threw the kid out right there, man.
What in the world would figure they hit 2 home runs? One man hit 2 home runs against Super. I can still see Suter just slam his head and glove down just in disgust that I can't believe I gave up the lead again.
First of all, I yelled duck. I said, when the Corinthians leads the building, I said, Green, you said, listen, now I said duck. I said, if you understand, I don't want to get an early ball.
Landon, I have an autograph that might be uglier to you than Jeter. That one might be uglier than Jeter to you, right?
It really jacked us all up, beyond belief, but we're still over there going, we're this tied, we still gotta win this somehow.
He said, "No, it's all right. Don't don't hate Mo as much as we hate Jeter." I mean, I kind of feel the same. Jeter's Jeter. I feel the same way. I honestly understand.
Yes, a game this good. I can't remember the last time I've seen a game this enjoyable, this entertaining.
So many people think that Sandberg's home runs won the game, and he didn't. He still had to go on to play more extra innings. Good ball, 2 strikes. There's the pitch. Foul ball, the only out of it. Sandberg. Oh! We go to the bottom of the 11th. 1 run, 1 winner. All tied up.
Jeter and A-Rod. I would hate A-Rod more if I were you. I mean, I understand hating both of them for sure, but A-Rod would just drive me nuts if I were you.
When the game goes into extra innings, and especially when it's such a high-scoring game.
A-Rod drives me nuts as is.
So now you're down to Dave Owen. My name is Dave Owen. I was a utility infielder for the 1984 Cubs. Later he got, you keep thinking that I might have a chance to get in and make pinch run or do something. And, of course, then I kind of realized that I'm the last guy.
Looks like Dave Owen is going to be the hitter. He's the last position player that we have left. Everybody else has been used.
He came up in a really good situation with the bases loaded and nobody out. I mean, this is our game to win now.
Didn't get you too sad. I got you.
One of the things that distinguishes baseball, with the game on the line in other sports, you're going to make sure as best you can that your best players are in the mix. You're going to get the ball to LeBron or Michael Jordan. But in baseball, sometimes the batter is Dave Owen, and sometimes wondrous things happen.
That's it.
I always say, Jeff, well, how do you get my back? You get the game when you get in a game that becomes so famous for what Ryan did. I'm happy to be a part of that.
I just understood what you were saying.
That was us running out on the field and congratulating him.
Did you know, Landon, that Veritek is one of 2 catchers to catch 4 no-hitter games? And he's the only catcher to ever catch 4 complete game no-hitters?
Ryan Sandberg now walking across the field.
Yeah. Cool as hell.
That's right. You can wave your hat.
And just walking off, and I was thinking, wow, this is a game. This is a heck of a game.
I think the greatest boost.
And don't get me wrong, the other guy was a dog too.
After that game, when he said it's the greatest performance,
Ruiz?
Baby Ruth.
I mean, I think he was shocked.
He said, "I got elite ball knowledge, but not like you." What's up, Matt? How's everything, brother?
No tongue in cheek. Or he just said, well, he's been Ruth, It's supposed to be feeling much or whatever.
Well, what did you say? The game almost made no sense.
Mm-mm.
Ryan Sandberg in 1984 was the greatest player he'd ever seen, but it seemed like he was close.
I think it made Rhino believe in himself. I think it made the fans believe in, hey, we also a young superstar.
We want to talk about Sandberg. And Sandberg, I mean, can you imagine in your profession anyone who is having a day where we can do no wrong?
This is when Ryan Sandberg became a true star that day.
With what Rhino had done and what we were able to do in that 3-game series, I kind of feel like that was the end of the St. Louis Cardinals
And I think that might have been the weekend where the Cub fans started thinking, hey, we're going back to the playoffs.
The Cubs go 60-34 from that point forward, and they win the division title and go to the postseason for the first time since 1945.
Wild.
I think there was such a drought of generations and generations of Cub fans that didn't have anything to celebrate. I've been told
Landon Sandberg is underrated as hell.
team, and that day, June 23rd, a lot of
Underrated as
baseball
hell.
fans became baseball fans or became Cubs fans and followed the Cubs from that year on.
Lowe's and Home Depot both can't stand when you do this, but there's nothing they can do to stop you. This new $80 jet pressure.
Somebody rip off these pages out.
All about the Cubs articles.
Why are they cherry?
That's a home run for Bruce Seegers.
Wait, who's that?
One of the Cubs pages.
He likes you?
Yeah,
Why?
because that was a big game.
Is that your
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, Landon.
Here's another teammate. Mm-hmm. Bob Whitmer and Davey Owen. It's always fun looking back at the game. This is after the game. Everybody's happy.
Right there, happy, just happy.
It was the game that changed my life. Because he's won.
Great idea, actually. Just Landon, you have to get there early for that. You really do.
It's about that game right there. That one game in particular put him on the map. I was at a cat was great. I was prepared for that happened. I thought he was a great player.
This is definitely the game that calls forth the individual. Everybody has their moment in the spotlight.
He did what nobody else had been able to do. Figure out how.
Yes, absolutely bring blue marker. Unless you wanted it to, like, not match, and,
Once, you can
you know,
call yourself lucky.
which there are perfectly good reasons for wanting it not to match either. So, like, if you wanted another player, like, say you wanted Tristan in silver for whatever reason, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. But if I were you, I would probably stick with blue.
That game kind of served notice.
That's probably the right idea that you have.
Made everybody start believing again.
You leave a ballpark like Wrigley Field after a game like this glowing.
Because of the confluence of events that made it such a national moment, this game has to live in the pancake.
I hear you.
Great game.
And then, as far as looking more legit, we could get that authenticated for you afterwards as well.
Can't think of any other regular season game that has a title. The Sandberg game. It's one of the most famous games in baseball history. It's a regular season game on a Saturday afternoon, and just all the factors came together in a perfect storm to create one of the most memorable games and the signature game of a Hall of Fame player's career.
But that authentication, that's only something that you have to do if you want to. Either or, Landon.
From the early 1800s to the present day,
For example, Blake mails his stuff in.
and each new generation standards and records.
You could go to an in-person show. I do home visits.
A form of baseball had been played by
So
American youth since the
it's
Golden
totally
Age.
up to you.
And it can be said with certainty that while he may have played the game as a boy in Cooperstown, New York, General Abner Doubleday did not invent baseball. In fact, it was a land surveyor who created the game. In 1845,
So totally preference.
compiled a set of rules for the New York Knickerbockers. The bases would be 90 feet apart, each side would have 9 men, and each inning 3 outs. In 1869, the Cincinnati Red Stockings became baseball's first professional team, and 7 years later, the National League was formed. The league's first ball game was played between Boston and Philadelphia, and with that game came the initial recording of events, statistics, and
I got you. You'll probably at some point want to become, familiar with it, but I'm more than happy to do it for you.
led by pitcher Albert Goodwill Spalding.
We could always do it with you too, just to like kind of help you so you know for the future.
Men like Cap Anson, the leading hitter of his time. Mike Sheen Kelly, famed for his daring and inventive slides. And powerful Ed Delahanty, his career cut short by a fatal spill off Niagara Falls.
Fatal spill off of Niagara Falls.
And each city had its own ballpark. In 1901, Van Johnson established a new league, the American League. Johnson struggled to put the league together, often rating players from National League clubs, thus starting long-standing feuds, including one with the National League champion Baltimore Orioles and a fiery young third baseman named John McGraw. Later, as manager of the New York Giants, McGraw refused to compete in the 1904 World Series against Johnson's American League winners, but McGraw held out for only 1 year. In 1905, the Philadelphia Athletics, led by Connie Mack, won the American League pennant, and public opinion forced McGraw and his National League champions to relent.
We're going to break it down here in just about 2 minutes, guys. So let me know if you have any questions, if you want to see our list.
Although no World Series was played in 1904, the stubborn McGraw delighted his following by raising a flag inscribed New York Giants 1904 World Champions.
Also taking any questions and inquiries before we wind down for the evening.
The New Yorkers had on their side the greatest pitcher of the day, Christy Mathewson, a 25-year-old college graduate with pinpoint control. During the season, Mathewson led the major leagues with 31 wins and a 1.27 earned run average.
Farzola, what's up? JJ, what's up?
The World Series was a triumph for the Giants and Mathewson. And after the final game, the team celebrated by taking a victory lap around the Polo Grounds in that remarkable new invention, the horseless carriage.
So we got about 2 minutes here left. And then we'll be back tomorrow.
In the 20th century, Americans found more leisure time, so they rushed to the ballpark to see stars like Cy Young, who in his 22-year career won a staggering 511 games. Another outstanding pitcher was Walter Johnson of the Washington Senators. From 1910 to 1919, Johnson won 20 or more for a team never strong at bat. He became known as the Big Train for a fastball that would help him record 3,508 strikeouts. He pitched more shutouts, 113, than any pitcher in baseball history, and was second only to Cy Young in games won. Despite the awe he instilled in the opposition,
Johnson was as modest and gentle-tempered a man.
Brandon, what's up?
And throughout his 28-year career as pitcher and manager, Johnson was always well-liked and respected. Equally admired was the Flying Dutchman of the Pittsburgh Pirates, Honus Wagner. At shortstop, Wagner had no peer, and at bat he used the great strength of his forearms to win 8 batting titles over the span of 12 seasons. On the base paths, he led the league in stolen bases 5 times. Wagner was only 5'11", but weighed more than 200 pounds.
I had no idea that Honus Wagner was only 5'11". That's wild.
This famous split grip belongs to baseball's all-time batting leader, Ty Cobb. The accomplishments of the Georgia Peach are as impressive today as they were.
The Georgia Peach. His name was the Peach.
Major league records for games played, base hits, runs scored, and stolen bases. And his lifetime batting average of .367 is the highest in the
Landon, have you ever been to the Baseball Hall of Fame?
above the entire league's average during the same period. Cobb's genial appearance belied a fiercely combative nature. He had few friends in the
Landon, I think you would love it, bro.
Staunch opposition came from the Boston Red Sox, Tris Speaker, who played the shallowest.
I think you would love it.
And in fact, compiled a 344.
I'm telling you, man, it is cool. Wait, you were never over there? Oh, wait. I forget that it's a Northeast thing. Oh, so Landon, if you play baseball in the Northeast, we typically it's like a thing where you go and do like you play in the Cooperstown tournament. They do a tournament at the park there, the Little League park called Dreams Park. You've probably maybe heard of it, met someone that's done it, something or other, but
In 1914, on the eve of World War
that's a big thing over here. Or at least it was when I was, growing up.
October, thus the Miracle Braves of 1914.
You heard of it? Yeah.
In 1919, Joe Jackson and the Chicago White Sox won the American League pennant. Jackson hit .351.
Cool.
Another great season for the man with the 3rd highest lifetime average in baseball. That same year, the White Sox Ed Cicotti was the major's leading hurler with 29 wins. The Sox were in the World Series against the Cincinnati Reds, and the experts favored Chicago. But Cincinnati surprised the country by winning. The following year, America was even more surprised by what it learned from an investigation led by Baseball Commissioner Kennesaw Mountain Landis. Jackson, Cicotti, and 6 others had conspired to throw the series. The Black Sox scandal of 1919 threatened to destroy the game.
It did destroy
But
the
Judge
game.
Landis took strong action. The accused were banned from baseball for life, and the game's integrity was restored.
It is my belief that baseball is loved by an entire nation because it embodies that priceless spirit of equality that is the very backbone of America itself.
A new baseball era was in the making, and a young left-handed pitcher for the Boston Red Sox was leading the way, George Herman Root. His schooling, cheap saloons, and a Baltimore orphanage. But the Babe had a bubbling, outgoing personality that would soon claim the overwhelming affection of the American public. In 1916, at the age of 21, Babe Ruth won 23 games.
Could you imagine being Babe Ruth?
But his mound success was
Just
merely
being him.
to his skill at bat. The Red Sox converted Ruth into an outfielder, and baseball was in for a revolution.
I couldn't. I literally
In
could not
1920,
imagine
the New York Yankees purchased Ruth's contract from Boston. They wanted him to hit home runs in the Polo Ground, the park they shared with the Giants. Babe hit 54 and then 59 the next year.
Wow.
In 1923, Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built, was open, enabling more than 70,000 fans to see baseball's new star. The fans turned out to watch the Bambino,
and he provided them with some of the greatest sports thrills America has ever experienced. No one hit them farther. No one hit them more often. And no one hit them like Babe Ruth. He lived as a genuine legend, a king, if America ever had one. Despite his incredible fame, the Babe always found time for his biggest fans, children, and he spoke their language.
That's the cool thing about Babe Ruth. He was so cool to kids.
As he founded a Yankee empire. With the addition of Lou Gehrig, the slugging young first baseman from Columbia University, the already potent Yankee lineup was transformed into Murderer's Row. In 1927, Gehrig and Ruth put New York in a frenzy with an incredible home run race. Gehrig hit 46 through August, Ruth 43. But Gehrig hit only one more in September, while the Babe lasted 17, giving him the magical record 60.
Crazy.
1927 was a great year for the Yankees, Ruth, and Gehrig. The team won 110 games and the World Series. Ruth had 60 homers, and Gehrig 175 RBIs, the most powerful one-two punch in baseball history. Gehrig went on to play in more than 2,000 consecutive games. And Babe Ruth roared through the 20s with a style uniquely his own.
About whose house? Babe?
Don't think there weren't plenty of other hitting heroes. Rogers Hornsby, the game's greatest right-handed hitter.
Like the old Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built, or like his actual house?
Highest average of all time. And in one 5-year stretch, the Raja averaged 402. Bill Terry of the Giants, the last National Leaguer to bat 400. George Sisler of the St. Louis Browns, who holds the record for 257 hits in a season. And Harry the Horse Heilman, another 400 hitter. Despite the number of pure hitters, sluggers thrive even more. The Athletics' Jimmy Fox, who challenged
The old Yankee Stadium, yeah, the house that Ruth built, of course.
in 1932. The Cubs' Hack Wilson, who in 1930 hit 56 home runs, a National League record. That same season, he drove in 190, a Major League mark. Ballz of the Giants, a small man who used his distinctive batting style to generate power and excite the fans. Ballz led the National League in home runs 6 times. While the hitters were enjoying baseball's upper hand, there was one pitcher who always held his own.
Oh, we never got to finish this one.
Now it's same-game parlays for multiple bets and bigger payouts. Parlay builder for building multi-game parlays.
Never got to finish this one. This one's a good one,
You
too.
can say, skate, boys, Caesars.
I guess that puts a little better on nerves, I guess. The media attention of a 20-year-old, it was uncomfortable. My comfort zone was on the field and on the mound, so it was a little bit overwhelming.
I think that when a young guy comes up, you wonder, okay, just how good is his stuff? And hitters usually tell you pretty quickly how good his stuff is.
His dad schooled him to be like Nolan Ryan in the leg kick and that whole thing, and he's followed Roger Clemens as well.
The whole Texas angle, but no one in Clemens have been pitching against the Astros. It's like a storybook kind of theme.
Houston leading the Central Division with a record of 20-11. Here's Larry Dooker's starting lineup.
These are the killer bees. I mean, this was a team that everybody heard about. He's got to face Bagwell, Biggio, and Derek Bell. That team,
Rich Jack. We got a little bit of everything. Who are you looking for?
I knew who they were for sure. I just didn't know what that lineup together was capable of doing. It's probably a good thing.
Last night they ran at will. Today, maybe a different story. Sandy Martinez in the lineup today.
He's one of the great trivia questions of all time.
who was the catcher that fought Gary Wood's 20 strikeout game? It wasn't Scott Service, but it was Sandy Martinez.
Even coming off the bench in baseball is probably the hardest thing I think any sport to do.
Who's your team, Rich Jack?
I was a young guy. He was, back at catcher. Our starting catcher probably got the top rotation guy.
Usually you're looking for chemistry with your battery mate, and they think alike, and hey, we got to face this guy, and we both know how we're going to get him out. They had never really done anything like that.
Got out to the bullpen and started warming up for the game, and I don't think I threw one strike, and I might have 40 something on it. I grabbed the ball.
No one in particular, but I see you have a lot of Giants from San Francisco, born and raised. Nice. Yeah, no, we have Giants. We definitely have some Giants. I also have some stuff from the '07 All-Star game that was over there in San Francisco.
I was like, what just happened?
Dodgers bets, no Dodgers bets. He said, so you seen the game today? Yeah, we were watching that game before, Landon and I. That was wild. Did you see that? That San Francisco game? Dodgers?
The ball went all the way to the backstop. The ball went all the way to the backstop. And I said, man, he's throwing hard today.
2 strikes. Got it with the heat. And Biggio swinging way late.
Definitely a crazy. Oh, you're going to the game? Nice.
A gunslinger ready to 2-2. He puts out in the first. Nothing doing for the Astros.
See Mars, where the good balls at? Is that a real question? Look around, brother. They're all good. Mickey Mantle, George Steinbrenner, Deion Sanders, Kurt Schilling, Albert Pujols. We really, and what I mean by that is we really don't have much of any low end C Marsh. Whereas a lot of guys have like more like 25, 30, $40 balls. We don't really, we do have like, $40, $50 balls, but we deal mostly in, like hundreds to thousands worth of balls. So, and it's not just this section. So when I say it's all around, I'm not capping. We got Mantle over here, we got Judge over here, we got Aaron over here. So the Heat it really is just all Pujols over here, Williams over here, Mantle Campanella over here, Mariano over here, Acuna over here, Jeter over here. So it's really just the heat goes all the way around, brother. All the way around the sun and back. So let us know if there's anything you're looking for specifically, Marsh. If you yeah. Appreciate that, man.
Ronnie, we were wondering who has the record for the most strikeouts to start a game.
If there's anything we could help you out with, let me know. You got guys from Joe Carter to Gary Carter, Reggie Jackson to Bo Jackson, Earl Weaver to Todd Walker, Ricky Henderson to Ryan Howard. Let me know.
More of a curiosity, but how that happened.
I got Pudge Rodriguez. I got Alex Rodriguez. I got Julio Rodriguez.
Well, that's their rate in a row defensive margin. I think this is the thing. I mean, you expend a lot of energy.
Got Adley Rutschman, Tristan Casas, Tony Gwynn.
The way he did. There's no comparison. Your mind was a kind of a neat thing and something I could always hang on to. I had a real nice game. His is probably the most dominant game.
Sandy Koufax, Joe DiMaggio.
That's one of the few times this year we've seen Will get beat by a fastball.
Boys was hitting in front of me, always gauge line. Gotta do like your stuff too
Who
hard.
are you looking for? Is there anyone you're looking for specifically that we can help you out with?
Receive a fastball dominated.
And yet another strikeout, 5 in a row.
That day when I asked him.
Yeah, absolutely, Rich. Shoot us a follow, bookmark future streams. Thank you, Rich. We'll see you soon, man.
It's something else for Kerry Wood. Get the ball in play. Nothing.
People who think pitching performances or pitchers' duels are boring, watch this game. You had Shane Reynolds matching Kerry Wood pitch for pitch. No quarter given, no quarter taken. I mean, these guys just went after each other, and it was unbelievable.
Reynolds,
Thank you for the tip, Rich. Rich, we'll see you soon for sure, man.
Extremely tough pitcher, and he was tough on us that day, but we scratched out one early.
Let's even up the score to 1. Tagging from third is Grace Cups. We get 1-0.
He made that enough.
He's given up an unearned run. Probably thinks he can't allow too much more the way things are going. I'm sure Wood's thinking the same.
Appreciate you, brother.
Realizing that he's got to do the top of his game to compete with Shea.
It really kept me from getting caught up and focusing on the strikeouts, and it was a 1-0 game until the end. I would have hated them, an issue that they have a gym like that.
If anybody else has any questions,
Definitely locked into.
concerns,
Run the difference so far. The Cubs lead at 1-0. Ricky Gutierrez will lead off the Astro third.
let me know, chat.
Next contact.
I was just trying to put the ball in play, I had 2 strikes, so I was just trying to.
Do let me know.
Fight off the fastball and, into a curveball. Probably more strict to the game.
It was a backup, bad breaking ball, and just a dumb catch.
Long outing for him. To the left side, off Ori's glove to the left field for a base hit.
And it wasn't a good swing, and it wasn't a hard hit. It just found the hole, and the base hit all the way.
And that turns out to be like, oh my goodness, he could have had no hitter. And that one moment in time will always be linked to this 20 strikeout performance.
The 2 years I was there, I always gave him crap about it. I was told, I said,
Crazy.
For the rest of your life. So you'll remember the name Ricky Gutierrez for the rest of your life. You just tell him, get out there.
They brought it up to me every day. Every time he walked by. He'd say something. I can't repeat it here, but he would say something.
It's always nice to go down and, history of a guy pitching a good performance like that, and you mess it up.
I'm not sure he got his glove on it on that replay. It didn't appear that he did. At first, I thought he did. I thought he did. I'm surprised it's not an error.
I thought I should have made that play. I thought it would have been like maybe in a comfortable spot defensively to get that little extra angle, or just commit to the dive right away. Worst case, you get up, you try to throw him out, be safe, and then you might have somebody say, "Why did he dive?"
I don't know where they got the post report from, but the E5 was really almost a lobbying to the official scorekeeper, thinking like, God, if he sees this, maybe he'll change it.
I came right in to the clubhouse. The media was everywhere. Right away, I just said,
Landon, I was
"Give me an air."
ecstatic.
They did. So
Ecstatic.
I could tell he was physically not emotional, but he was a little distraught and worried that it was going to be the only hit. No one happened. He was apologetic and wanted the air. For him to come out and say, hey, "Give me the air, give me the one," that's he should be that. But it was a hit all the way.
My reaction when I saw Soto going to the Mets is pretty much the same reaction that you had in January when you found out that you were getting Crochet. And the same reaction that you had when you found out a couple weeks ago or a month ago that you were re-signing Crochet.
There's no doubt that Sandy Martinez is the best throwing of the club catchers. He's got a quick release. He's normally very accurate. Got him swinging. Seth brought it first.
The guy who deserves some credit is Sandy Martinez. Here's a guy who hadn't caught him that much, and he's part of history.
You can hear Sandy Martinez's glove popping all the way upstairs.
Sandy did an excellent job behind the plate. Kerry obviously felt comfortable working with him.
I liked his visual. I liked throwing to Sandy. I liked his energy. I liked the way he was. There's a game within the game.
You must have been excited over those too, right?
With the hitter and then the game that everybody else gets to see. We were on the same page.
and you can see him fist pumping, telling him to put the ball right here. He was on one knee, and he was doing the Tony Pena squatted down, doing a split back.
He's confident enough to sit down where if I spike this, he can't get out of the way. So he must think that I can throw this where right here.
It looks to me like Sandy's got a brand new catcher's mitt.
We better have a little extra padding in there. His hand's going to be about twice the size as the other. To come in as a catcher and be able to do that with a guy that had the stuff that Kerry did was also something that needs to be respected and certainly discussed.
You notice the number Kerry Wood is wearing? 34, Nolan Ryan's number. I wonder if he asked for that reason. Seems to fit so far.
I saw Nolan Ryan's last no-hitter. I was at that game. I was
Really?
It was unbelievable.
That's
That was
cool.
nuts. We got there early. I caught a BP home run ball. It was like the greatest day of my life. They were cheering after every out. I did feel the same way during my game. You watch the game, you see the no-hitter, everybody's going crazy, and then you're a kid, so you're big pick up all the greatest day ever. I was told early in my career by a veteran player that, every time you go out there to pitch, he always imagined there was a bunch of 10-year-old kids watching the game for the first time. And you're the example he has of what a baseball player is supposed to do or how he's supposed to act. And that stuck with me as a young player. So I always look at that. I have a responsibility to act a certain way, to be a certain way on the field because someone out there is getting a moment that they're a memory in their life that they're not gonna forget.
True that. That's so true about baseball.
I don't remember seeing a guy whose fastball had such unbelievable movement and whose breaking stuff had such unbelievable movement.
My stuff was always there. It was just a question of whether I knew where it was going to go.
His slider was exploding. It had another gear getting to the plate, and then it just dropped. And we're talking 16, 18 inches of vertical break. The hitters, when that pitch was on, had no chance.
It was just unbelievable for Sandy to sit there and say, here, put it right here, and carry it right back, throw it 98, 99, and put it. That glove didn't move.
After I got the hit, I guess he got mad at me.
The Nats,
I remember.
they have potential, that's for sure.
See it. What I have to take my cue from is the opposing batter. They seem a little baffled by things. There's a lot of guessing. Got no chance to pitch up to a 97, 98 mile an hour fastball when you're telling yourself to sit back on the curveball.
It's pitching not like a 20-year-old, but like a 20-year veteran today.
If they do, but will they?
But Woody throwing the ball today. And I said,
That's the question. Will they?
They had a good fastball. The fastball was about 98, 97, 98. And had a good breaking ball, good slider. The ball was moving real good. And I said, this is the closest thing to Sandy Koufax perfect game as I've seen.
Was able to do things that, I searched for.
You want Henry to sell?
Chasing those moments, for the next 15 years. But I was able to do things that day that.
I don't think Henry needs to sell.
Describe other than being just.
I think he needs to bear down. I don't think he needs to sell. I understand your frustration. I understand a lot of people's frustration. But John Henry saved the Red Sox. To be completely fair, John Henry saved the Red Sox.
A few more of them starting to add up. I didn't count them, couldn't tell the time what it was. I could just see that it was K, something white in the middle, and I could see it was red, blue.
What Tom did is he got flip art, for lack of a better term, of two baseball bats and a baseball.
The broken baseball bats with the ball in the center to form the K was this idea that the pitcher, if they're getting strikeouts, they're racking up Ks, they're missing bats.
And they were pretty big. They were on the back of the poster board. He had laminated over the top of them.
He made 8 in red and 8 in blue, brought them all out there.
Landon,
All 16.
I feel like you also need to be. You need to have lived through the misery of the Boston Red Sox literally being nothing.
Not only did
You've lived through, and this is something that you'll hear your whole life from Red Sox fans that are older than you. You'll hear this shit your whole life. You have been blessed to watch a lot of winning in your lifetime. There have been a lot of people that you celebrate these wins with that have watched a lot of losing. And while there has been a lot of losing in the past 5, 6, 8 years, how 7 years, however many years it's been since 2018. Yeah, there's been a lot of losing. Yeah, have they been completely substandard? Absolutely. Does something need to happen? Absolutely. Does John Henry need to sell the team? That's where I stop saying absolutely. You know? Maybe. I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's the worst idea. I just don't say absolutely to that. You know?
If Harry was going to be the next great 34, Hakeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley, and then
I agree, Landon. He just actually has to do something.
Yeah, the Lakers jersey. Yeah, I do remember the jerseys now. It's funny you say that. Yeah, and the Lakers jersey sticks out for some reason.
And people put those on to help kind of boost the just the morale of we're here for Woody. And again, that was that kind of crazy thing about him is that he knew what he was getting into when he went to the parquet. None of the rest of us did. How he knew, I don't know. I don't think we'll ever understand that, but he knew.
Oh, he definitely deserves a couple more years.
Certainly been busy.
I mean, I think he still cares.
He's given about 2 or 3 inches.
I know that that's just me, and not even a Red Sox fan, just saying, just speaking out of my ass. But I think he still cares.
Generous at times.
Back in the day, before all the electronics that we have now, guys were hitting spots all day long. It doesn't matter who it was. You were an inch off the plate, 2 inches off the plate. Nobody said a word. You expected it to be a false strike.
You had it going as a pitcher, and the umpire knew you had that stuff, and you were consistent in those spots, and getting really hitters to look foolish consistently. You will get the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, I wasn't getting Maddies and Glad and stuff like they were in the 90s, but it was, there was 5 or 6 that were questionable to today's strike zone.
And again, Shane Hartman said 10 strikeouts in a game. That's baseball then and earlier. They're related to now.
BT balls this far off the plate, bring them up. But they couldn't have hit Kerry with a boulder with that.
Kerry's dominant, and they were frustrated with not being able to put that on ball.
Do you like Kerry Wood?
Swing on this right three. That's 14 for Kerry Wood.
You like Kerry Wood, Landon?
2 strikes. There you go. Yes,
Moise Alou was upset with Terry Taylor because he rung him up when I went to check on a check swing. Threw his bat, but I think we'll find out of it. So
I always like seeing boys just slam his bat down.
So underrated.
I like his check swing strike.
I think he's from Texas too. Pretty sure.
I got to the end of the song, because normally, that's still.
Even a life that's rich with meaning can take an unexpected turn. And when life brings you change, we have over 100 years of navigating market ups and downs.
They go ball game. Let's go Cubbies! But that day I yelled, go Kerry! So I'd like to think that I was somewhat responsible for those last couple of strikeouts.
The rain really starting to come down now here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. You have to wonder how long the umpires are going to let this thing go on.
I really just was hoping he wasn't going to call the game or pull the start.
I think, Tim, if you're Larry Dirker right now, what you pray for is about an hour and a half rain delay. Get Kerry Wood out of there and hope to come back to the bullpen.
Ron Santos said, it's raining pretty hard. If it gets any harder, they're going to have to delay the game. And of course, it would have been heartbreaking because that could have meant that it would have been an hour rain delay, and Kerry Wood, despite his phenomenal game, might not have been able to return after the delay, and he would never have struck out 20.
The rain is moving in. That's the last thing we need. Or a pitcher's duel, Jim Shea. It's raining pretty hard out there right now.
If he starts to get to the point where it's slippery and he's starting to lose a little bit, can influence the umpire's decision. I've seen that where guys will call the umpire out.
The rule of thumb is if pitchers are uncomfortable, they first do some work on the mound. They have to on the dry, put camp down the clay on the slope of the mound. They do everything they can to make sure that the pitcher's footing is secure.
I threw 3 or 4 pitches that where I slipped 6, 7 inches when I landed, and the ball just still went right to the glove. So it was just one of those days. Reynolds didn't seem to be having a difficult time gripping the ball and landing and all that stuff. It was just in such a zone and such a groove and didn't want to stop.
He was able to not think about any of that distraction weather-wise and go out and execute the way he did, which is another tap on his shoulder.
Came down pretty hard there for about 10 minutes, and then it kind of tapered off a little bit, and we were able to kind of finish the game.
The Cubs in back of Kerry Wood lead the Astros 1-0. Wood with no walks.
If he doesn't walk anybody, he's gonna strike out a lot of guys.
He's gonna win a lot of games.
You couldn't believe it.
In the minor leagues, that their biggest concern when they sit me down is like, we want you to stop walking guys and get the control issue under control.
Well, learning curve for guys is making adjustments. It's difficult to get to the major leagues. It's even more difficult to stay. If you don't adjust, you won't.
We go to the 8th inning. Dave Clark, the former Cub, will lead off for Houston.
I went 3-1 on Clark, and Gracie had told me before the game, I don't care if we're throwing 120 miles an hour, you're throwing too many fastballs, you're gonna hit it on Sheffield.
A 3-1 to Clark. 3-2.
So I got 3-2 on him, and remember that. I was kind of afraid of throwing a fastball, so I, broke him up.
He was out front waiting, and then the bottom just dropped off. And most guys would probably would not have been able to hold the bat the way they did without, breaking the wrist.
With a half swing, it'll bust in a full strike.
And the grimace on his face, that was enjoyable.
The control was amazing. Whenever you think about 20 strikeouts and no walks, that pretty much tells you all you need to know right there.
Just because there's a little backstory, that's probably my favorite one of the group. And there's not a strikeout, I don't like.
How about the K's out in left field? Hope they brought a good supply of those today.
I just remember seeing the strikeouts adding up. I was thinking, those folks are going to have to go to a Kmart or a Circle K to get a few more signs.
Probably if they run out, those bleacher bums, and one thing they'll do, they'll take their shirt off, put a K on their chest.
I feel like they ran out. I feel like there's shirts on.
I know that he was in the background in the second row and the third row trying to get people that were willing to take their shirts off and figure out a way to get 4 more, because we can't have 16 signs if he strikes out 17. I don't know who he recruited, but there were 4 people who were willing to do it.
8-2.
The phones are ringing like crazy in the press box. I'm on the phone with my editors in New York and telling them, we're counting the Ks. You're going through the record books, trying to figure out, is that a rookie record? There was a major buzz in the press box.
2 outs in the 8th inning, and here's Brad Ausmus.
We realized that there was possible history in the making. I knew that Roger Clemens was the only guy who had ever struck out 20. And then you start doing the math, you're figuring, wow, he's got a chance if his pitch count's okay to really have an unbelievably high strikeout total.
Wood has tied the team record for strikeouts in a game. It's a 92-year-old record.
I remember at that point, they kind of explained it. Hey, we're getting close to the major league record for strikeouts. And I'm like, whoa, hello.
Couldn't think of a more appropriate singing in the 7th inning stretch. The 1-2-3 strikes, you're out.
Like this is what it comes for. Hopefully, that special game, which this one's turning out to be.
There's only 15,000 people max in the ballpark. And I remember feeling that we were all part of this group, this exclusive club.
They're being treated to one of the fine performances by a rookie pitcher that they have ever seen.
We noticed people.
Imagine going to see a rookie go off like that.
Looking to get a ticket once they had, if they were listening on the radio or if they were watching it at one of the local establishments. And the one that I remember specifically is the guy walked up with 2 kids. And he lived in the neighborhood, and he said that he had pulled his kids out of class. And he wanted them to see, this potential history-making performance.
He's threatening to strike out the side for the 4th time in the game.
Yeah.
It's a cut record. And that's one of the beauties of baseball. Sometimes a magical event will come out of nowhere. And I would put Kerry Wood's epic 20 strikeout game in that category of just coming right out of the blue. Twisted strike or twisted strike. Oh my God. Kerry Wood awaiting the top of the ninth. You've seen games through the years that when the guy's pitching good, he's the most lonely guy on the bench. Nobody go up there and talk to him because everybody go up there and start talking. They feel that, they get him out of this rhythm.
You're really just trying to focus and do exactly what you did last inning between innings and try to, drink the same amount of water and spit on the same sunflower seed shells on the ground.
Kerry Wood sitting there contemplating his 9 innings will look like, and it will be a lot more comfortable for him if the Cubs can push one across. 1-2. Toward third. That's right to turn 2. Howell took for it. Guys weren't talking about it because it's almost kind of taboo in baseball. You don't want to jinx somebody, go up and, hey, let's say golf. You're 600 through 5, and then somebody go out and bogey the next hole, and you want to strangle that guy.
People were leaving me alone. Even though I'd given up the hit already, they still kind of thought something was different going on.
For a young man on the mound with everything going for him, you can't wait to get out there. He wants this inning to end. He feels with 2 runs, he's got enough.
I think they kind of were struggling at the end of the game with pitch count and deciding what to do. I think there was conversations there at the end.
People are just chilling.
I'm not sure even answering.
With that dominating performance he was having, try to take him out, I'd probably need security to get out of the state,
Yeah, it's all right. We're cool with everybody just chilling.
We go to the 9th inning. A man of the afternoon, Kerry Wood, has already set the Cubs all-time record for single-game strikeouts with 18. The National League record 19, the Major League record 20.
We talked before the game. We know who was going to come off the bench later in the game. Obviously, it was going to be done with lefty late in the game.
Myers hitting 242, 0 for 6 as a pinch hitter.
Didn't know much about him. Didn't know much about any of these guys. Just tried to attack the strikes on the way it was all day.
It's a good show. How could you blame them?
You feel some pity for Spires to have to come off the bench, and he's just sitting there for a couple of hours. I mean, you can almost envision the situation where, anybody, all the bench guys are kind of looking the other way so the manager doesn't, call him to hit.
It had so much English to it. It was weird. The swing was weird. I mean, he went to it and then he just gave up.
That was a floating slider that came well inside the spire.
I've seen it on the replay, and Sandy's glove is behind him. You can't actually see the glove and the ball when he finishes swinging, and it just went straight sideways. So it was like, I think that's the only one that threw that day that went straight that way.
And if you think about it, Kerry Wood struck out every single man who appeared in the game for the Houston Astros. So he gets Spires. Biggio comes up. And to the top of the order we go on Craig Biggio. And you're thinking of all the people who are going to get a clean hit and ruin a chance for Kerry Wood to get 21 strikeouts. You figured it was going to be Craig Biggio. Choked up a little bit, got that nasty, dirty helmet on. It's all stuffed up. I mean, this guy is warped.
I still just didn't want to walk in by, obviously I get a run on base. They'll toss one for tag game and so on for not.
Guys talking to me, I hate making the last out of the game.
He goes for number 20 right here.
I'm sure being part of history to do that, punch out was not something you would want to be part of.
To the shortstop. Fans booed Craig Biggio for making penalty today.
Sure enough, the swinging pitch made now the crowd booed. But I remember as he ran by Kerry Wood, he just looked at it with a smile like it was a victory for a Hall of Fame hitter to ground out.
He knew that 21 was possible. When it was no longer possible, yeah, there's a little bit of disappointment. You come that far.
He's got a chance to tie Clemens, though, if he can retire well.
not nearly as disappointing as it would have been if he would have been stuck on 19.
Derek Bell struck out in the first inning, made contact twice since then, fly ball to right field. Ball one.
You know, I really was anxious for it to happen. You know, we were gonna be a little concerned if Bell stretched out and if that were 10, 12 pitches and then, you know, got on base.
One on the Bell. Oh. Nasty, 1-1.
Bell was, he was beat, you know, he was already done at that point because you could see his
Landon.
was out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to be wrapping up shortly, too.
I think there was an error, let's get this over with.
But good night, brother.
We were just trying to be like,
And we'll catch you tomorrow.
not be this number or that number, but there's nothing we can do.
Guys are kind of.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll catch you tomorrow, man.
I'll do all the same deal, like.
Be good.
Push this thing in ended before I got one more turn.
Everyone is standing, so it's dramatic. And I'm working with Ron Santo, and I said something like, Ronnie, it's only May, but it feels like it's a World Series game. It really did. It had that kind of drama, and Ron came up with a great line. He said,
And if this kid keeps pitching like this, we may be in the World Series.
You got 2 outs, it's just, but, you know, into the tank right here on the center, so I think it.
The greatest ammunition a TV broadcaster has during a broadcast is the picture. Fans can see what's going on, and the fans who've been watching the game know that he's sitting on 19 strikeouts and has a one-hit shutout working. What they can't see, perhaps, is what the catcher's call is going to be. You figured with Derek Bell up there, a right-handed hitter, it was going to be a breaking ball of some sort, which Stoney, I think, had set up before.
One more curveball, and that should be about it.
Yeah, I don't know how he knew I was going to throw. He must have knew my sign. He called it before I threw it.
So Sandy Martinez gets in that low crouch, puts the 2 down, and I just said, here comes the hook.
Here comes the hook. He ties the Major League record. Unbelievable.
And that last pitch was just, I gripped my slider or slurred or whatever.
Crazy.
At the time, and just threw it as hard as I could that way and spun it, and that was probably the best one of the day.
And to this day, I laugh, I don't want to see it because it was like a whip. It was just the way he let go of that ball and how it broke. It's just funny now.
20-year-old Kerry Wood. Here's Terry Bell for his 20th strikeout, a National League record.
The next series, I think in Houston, I think Derek Bell came over. We were laying around stretching, and he was like, "Hey man, I just want you to know I swung it on purpose for you." You know, the last pitch kind of thing. And I was like, "I know you did. I know you did."
Here I am sitting next to with Pat Hughes, Ron Santo, who I idolized, and he was just so excited, so thrilled. Hey, I'm a Tommy guy from Chicago too. We were late. We were like, yeah, dude.
I'm in the back row of our booth, and Montaigne throws his arms around me, and we're both pumping our fists, we're hugging, and I just couldn't stop. And if you listen to the tape today, I remember going, "Woo!" That is, 20 years ago. That's a 37-year-old David Kaplan acting like a lunatic, but I wouldn't trade that moment for anything.
All the games throughout my lifetime. For me to be in that time and place, got lucky with that one.
The best part of the game, to me, was at the end, you know, everybody sees him do that fist pump. I've had people ask me, well, wasn't he counting the strikeouts? Well, no, he wasn't counting the strikeouts. The reason he did that was because he didn't walk a batter.
I've been told about it all through my career in minor leagues, and I've struggled with it in the beginning of my career in the first few starts. And for me, it was my first complete game ever. The first time I did not walk anybody. So the fist pump for me was for a complete game and no walks.
If he would have been jumping around and stuff, that just would have been so uncharacteristic of Kerry. I think that little bit of emotion he showed there was typical of the class act that he was.
I don't know if Kerry Wood knew what he did at the time that he did it. I know that he knew he won the game, but I really don't know my heart of hearts in that instant if he realized he had struck out 20 guys.
You can see him modify his teammates.
Right to the mound at Wrigley Field.
I didn't really know what was going on. I mean, we just won a game 2-0 in May. I didn't know why everybody was out there. I think Sandy gave me the ball and Dan and Gracie grabbed by the neck.
I think when he did it, we all rushed the field like we just won the World Series. We're just so happy for him. He just looks young. You see him baby face in there. For him, it's just a swirl of emotions trying to encapsulate all of that.
And the next thing I know, I was in front of the camera, shaking like a leaf, trying to do a posting interview.
Garrett, congratulations. Won a ball game today. Thank you very much.
Whatever nerves he had between the white lines, they weren't there until that microphone got shoved in his hand and that earpiece went on.
Now I'm live on TV and doing something that I hated to do. I was just talk to camera and talk to media. I think it was Chip that actually said, well, it was 20 and you just broke the record.
Did you know how many men you had struck out and that you were chasing the major league record that you tied today?
No, I couldn't even tell you how many I had.
Well, you had 20. Did they give you the baseball at least?
No, that's it.
Make sure you get that, young man, because that's one for the mantelpiece.
All right.
Still at the time, it didn't register. I was still just trying to get the interview over with. And I was like, oh, that's great, kind of thing. And then when I went through, somebody from one of the photographers from the baseball card company, like pulled me in the tunnel and had already written 21 on the ball. And I just they just told me, Chip just told me it's 20. So I was like, hey, man, that's not 21. I'm not holding this up. If you wanted to take a picture and do a baseball card, and it said 21. And I was like, it's not 21, it's 20. So he took the one and tried to make it like a round. So it looks like I had 2D strikeouts on the baseball card, actually, what it looks like. And then obviously I get into my locker and get in the clubhouse and we celebrate. And then the media comes in and it's, life has changed.
The idea of equaling something that Elijah Clemens has done to set a record, is that something that?
No, but it will later on. I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'll be, that's just the greatest honor that I could ever ask for right there.
I was doing all the media stuff and someone worked their way through and said, hey, you got a phone call, I'm training for you. Been here for a month. Who's calling me? I don't even know the number. Who's calling me in the training room? And I just pick up the phone. It's like, hello. It's like, hey, Carrie, it's Ryan. I was like, blank. I was not expecting anything. I was like, that's why I had to ask, who? He's like, Rocket. I still had nothing. I was like, who? And he said, Roger Clemens. And I was like, oh, hey, Rocket. Hey, what's going on? So I just caught off guard. And then obviously he was welcoming me to the club and saying congratulations, stop making the game. It was amazing. So that was a pretty special moment for me as a rookie, as a young player.
I remembered, wow, he really is 20. And I think we all forget that. This is a 20-year-old kid who just went to the mound at baseball's most historic ballpark and did something that had never been done before there. I'm thinking, this kid's life has changed forever because of this one performance.
What was the last time we took a break? I mean a real break. Sad desk lunches don't revitalize us. And doom scrolling does nothing but drain us.
Off the field stuff we got crazy. I didn't see the opportunity. I was just like, make it go away. I got to pitch in 2 days. I just want to go back to being that kid trying to make it in the game. I think the expectations changed as well with that after the fifth start.
You've got a guy who I think scouts felt like, here's a guy who's got a chance to be an all-time great. And then he has this game at such a tender age, so early in his career, and that's not the scouts now, it's the whole baseball world and the fans, the casual fans are like, wow, sky's the limit.
And that became kind of a benchmark game for Kerry, and that people around the country would come watch him pitch and were almost disappointed if all he did was strike out 10 and win the game 7-2.
When you strike out 20, I'm sure everybody thinks you're going to go out there and strike out 20 again and strike out 20 again.
Even for me, I expected to go out and do it. I think I struck out 13 in the next start and felt disappointed that I didn't get more. So it set the bar for me. It kind of elevated it for myself. But I think also, fans and everybody else and the media, it became, every time he's going to throw every time he pitches, he's throwing over here. He's something special. It's going to be this. He's going to win 20. He's going to be the next top 10. He's going to be the next Roger Clemens. That stuff changed.
Ron Santos says, that kid keeps pitching that way, we may be in a World Series. And that's what everyone expected. Kerry Wood is going to deliver us the holy grail that we've all dreamed about for so long, and it made it really tough on him.
You see your career being, you're supposed to do this when, 2 days ago I was just trying to make it and just getting this, that didn't know if I belonged or not yet.
Unfortunately, he had the elbow issues.
And it really was the fist bump after it that I first felt it. But I pitched the rest of the season, and, you know, and got to the end of the season, missed the last month. So it wasn't like it was a injury. It happened right yet. You feel things in different times. That bigger day was in the last one.
I think he was on the DL 16 times, which is not something anyone wants to be known for.
You saw a kid with all this talent. Again, he had a very nice career, but without the injuries, we always have that what if.
Kerry Wood was meant to pitch that one magical 20 strikeout game. He had a lot of great games thereafter, but unfortunately for Kerry, he never quite was able to match that historic performance, which is not really that surprising because it was such an unusual game. This is the last big league game he would ever pitch in his career.
Talking to Matt Hughes before the game, he says the most dominating game he's ever seen. 20 strikeouts. His rookie year against the Astros. So when he misses, struck them out.
Teammates would congratulate him in the Anglo League would be definitely at the last day he basically struck out swinging.
Kerry Wood has just walked off for the final time in his big league career.
His son Justin giving him a baby hug.
I think you ran out there, right here, or right about here. You realized there was 40,000 people out there, and you would not let go of my leg. That was a good day, though. Justin Kane took him to the building that day. Remember that? Went up to the scoreboard.
We were talking about a 20 strikeout game. Have you seen highlights of it?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty cool.
I show him every day before school. Over breakfast.
He fulfilled a lot of people's dreams, and just even in that moment, what he did. He is certainly one of the heroic aspects of Cubs.
I've had people come and say, that game single-handedly made me a baseball fan, made me a Cubs fan. You know, 20 years later, still have people say that was like their best baseball memory, and it's pretty cool.
Ernie Banks was my guy growing up. That's the guy that I idolized. But I'm sure for a lot of younger people, you know, Kerry Wood is that guy. You mentioned Chicago Cubs today. Who was your favorite player of all time? And it's going to be contingent that are going to say Kerry Wood.
I don't think I'll ever care about any player as much as I care about Kerry Wood. After my dad passed away, Brett Hoffman, one of my dad's friends, brought a couple of the miniature-sized Ks to an autograph signing with Kerry.
He's like, I Kerry signed. Kerry knew exactly what it was.
Super passionate is what I've learned about Tom. Very passionate about the Cubs, very passionate about the K signs and the thing that happened with the way it just became part of history when he was just a fan. He had more confidence in me, I think, at the time when I first came on than I probably did. They really believe in what you're doing. They think you're going to come out of your slump or you're going to be the next greatest thing. We feed off of all that stuff. Be able to give a family or a person, a family, you know, memories like that, and be able to be a part of that and give them some great lasting memories. It's humbling.
It was closure in a way, you know, knowing that my dad wasn't doing all of this as a crazy Cubs fan for nothing. Knowing that Kerry recognized the effort, it's a cool reminder to have of all the history that's wrapped into that K.
We can collect a whole lot of stuff over the years, but this is all a majority of the balls I had. So he said ties the record with 20 strikeouts, win number 3, and then the zero's up. That's it.
There's no better place to parlay than Caesar's Sportsbook. With Quick Fix, you can tap right into pre-built, ready-to-bet parlays. Right.
You just know this for me. It's a bad over to Kerry made 698, the single most dominant game I've ever been a part of. That's which is Craig Biggio. Pretty cool.
His most dominant performance, stuff-wise, all across the board. I put that up against any performance. I don't know how you can do better than that. The stuff was that when I watch the highlights, I still get chills and get emotional because it was just unbelievable. I have never ever seen a pitcher with the kind of command that Kerry Wood had. It was the single most dominant pitching performance I have ever seen.
That one day, you take that as a snapshot of Kerry Wood's career, is the single greatest pitching performance I have ever seen.
That's a record for Major League Baseball. When you think of how many games that have been played in Major League Baseball, and it's been done 5 times 20 strikeouts, which is quite an accomplishment.
25 cents in the box over a good team and a challenge somebody to find me a better one.
The Kerry Wood game is my favorite game of all time. You have this 20-year-old kid, you have no idea what he's going to do. And boom, he goes out there and strikes out 20 players. It's a perfect example of how great baseball is.
It's been almost 20 years ago. It's as vivid as something that happened last week.
I said, go 6-7 play on first down road. Correspondent Ben Wicker examines the meteoric line.
You use the term the edge, right? But there's a next level to that. It's called the bleeding